like,
You'd be the studs of the place. They would love you.
No, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. Too much attention. Could have the wrong kind.
I'll say this about like the crew of a comic book shop is that like every time
Yes.
like
Does
a
anyone-
cute girl came in, it really was like a revelation, like holy shit, like is she here?
Right.
Should I talk to her? No, probably not.
I'm in the Matrix.
Yeah,
Those
like,
girls get tons
glitch.
of attention.
Yeah.
Not that girls
Yeah.
don't get attention anyway, but if they're
Yeah.
also into something that is disproportionately male, it's gonna get them a lot of attention.
I went to comics bookstores hundreds of times when I was back then when I had money. And I think I can count the number of attractive women I'd seen there like 5 times. That this actually might be it. This actually might be it.
Well, on that note, like I went to I go to a lot of the Comic Cons and stuff and whatever. And my ex-wife used to like going cosplay and doing all that stuff too. And she's like a former model, so she's a book show. So we would go to like some of them. Well,
You want
one
to
of
drop
them.
that in every time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, no, but I went to we went to this Halo one, and we were like both in cosplay, and we're walking around, and it was like very like. It was something to see because like there was like 5 girls maybe this whole convention of like thousands of people, and like the dudes were like very aggressive, like trying to talk to them, and like bro, let me tell you something, boys, let me do yourself a favor. Here's 2 things you can do right now that you don't need a lot of money. Here's actually 3. You can get a dollar store for 2 of these things. You go to the barber. Yeah, that's probably the most expensive one on the list. Maybe go down to and get some fancy barber, spend more than $30 on your haircut and your beard. Well, you're welcome. 2, go to the dollar store, get some cologne. 3, take a fucking shower. That's right there will get you in the door better than any of these.
Rocco is implementing it right now as we speak.
Hey guys, I'm just telling you.
You look handsome, Lactoid. You actually look really good.
Thank you. I've been drinking. How does my voice sound? Can you hear me okay?
You sound good, my friend. You don't sound slurred.
It's
I wouldn't,
Monday.
pull you over if I had
I
to.
took the day off today, so I've been having a fun time. It's been a good day.
Well, in that case, cheers to you, Bubba.
Yeah, is it sick day?
No, I gotta burn a certain amount of like PTO before the half year is over. So I was like, well, fuck it, let's take off today.
I never had to. Well, actually, maybe I might have worked a job where I had to do that. But like in my last big job, I just like saved them, and then they paid me off. Like when I left, they like paid me for all that back time because I just didn't I didn't take days off. I guess I'm like you. I didn't take days off, and they just stacked. But I got a check for it. So
doesn't that make
hell
you
yeah,
mad?
that's why you do it, right? You save them up and then you get paid out for them. Hell yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, doesn't that make you mad though, Prime? Think about it. You work all these years, you don't take days off, and then you're paying for other people to take days off. How's that feel?
Yeah. Welfare in a nutshell. No, I hear you actually.
That's slavery right there.
Yeah, back when I was a network engineer, I wouldn't negotiate for pay because in those jobs you only work for like a couple of years at one place at most, and you end up like jumping from company to company. It's kind of how it works. That's how you get bigger pay raises than just waiting to get a raise. But so I came to a point where I wasn't negotiating pay anymore. I was negotiating time off. That's when I realized I needed to change careers because I couldn't and I would spend all my time off like going to debate tournaments and stuff. So I just realized, okay, I'm in the wrong. Good job.
Yeah.
Tell you what, that's not how I spend my time off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You go to an orgy.
To the orgy.
To the orgy. Yeah, what do you do in your time off?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, I I go to orgies. No, first day is sleeping. That's key. You got to get a lot of that in because
Before the orgy, yeah, absolutely.
Before the orgy, yeah.
Well
and then
rested.
the second place, I go somewhere, and specifically, this is gonna sound like what you would say, but somewhere with not a lot of clothes because it's fucking hot down here. So like the pool, or like a beach. Those are good. And somewhere where I can have alcohol readily accessible because if it's my day off, I'm gonna be drunk.
Yeah.
Also, football games. I go to a lot of
If you
football games.
sleep enough, it also helps your sexual performance, right? You get bigger loads. It's important.
Yeah, they make vitamins for that. You know, you can take a bunch of vitamins.
I've heard Doobie takes those vitamins. I've heard
Doobie takes
I
those
mean,
vitamins.
I know one of the guys who's like involved in making that shit, and I don't know if it's real or not. He sells it, but
I
recommend Mexico. That's where you go on vacation. It's
I love
close.
Mexico.
There's way more to do than you would expect. I've been there like 20 times. It's the flights are really cheap. At least they are from Dallas. Maybe you guys are a little further away.
I like cruises a lot. I've been on like 21 cruises now. I fucking love them.
See, that's the opposite. Like, I'm talking about the ROI. I'm talking about the amount of money you spend versus how much fun you can have.
Oh, let me tell you, I'm getting my ROI. They have a limited alcohol package for Royal Caribbean. Guess who's winning on that one? Me, not them.
But I always I've been once, and I spent the whole time. I wanted to go to all of these places. I went because a family member had a thing, and we had, but I wouldn't have gone voluntarily. And but the thing is, it was fine. You know, it was like being in a casino or something. It was fine, but I only wanted to be at the destinations. I didn't really care about. But you're not spending your time at the destinations like looking at the sites and stuff.
I do the
you're spending your time on the boat like almost all the time.
That's what I would rather do.
Yeah, I would never go on a cruise.
I prefer the cruises where you're on the water more than the lots of destinations. And what I'll do is I'll get me like my margarita or whatever fancy drink. I'll sit somewhere like shaded by a pool. I'll get me a couple books I want to read,
because
and then
will burn
right. Exactly. And so I'll read, and then like I'll talk to some like females. It's a good time. It's real simple life.
I want one destination, and I want to spend weeks there at least, and then go home. Like, I don't really care about being on the boat.
Yeah.
Just become a passport, bro.
So I go as closer to me then. Because one, my parents, they go on cruises, and I associate with old people. I wouldn't be on a cruise.
There's only one cruise I would like to do, and that is the Northwest Passage. That would be really cool.
That would be all old people. Yeah. That's for sure. Would be all old people right there.
So yeah, I'm not. So I don't do.
Fine, I'm an old person.
When I had money, I don't have money now. So it's the channel, get bits or get subs. But when I had money, I would, and I don't think you know this about me, Gibbs. I haven't mentioned it before. Now I would go to different places around the world, right? So I would travel the world. Like on every New Year's, I would go to a different place. I'd be in a different place to celebrate the New Year's. So I would just countries everywhere, and I never went to the same place twice. I'm a big fan
of that.
I mean, I have. It's funny. I actually haven't been to Mexico, but I would go to Mexico at one point in time. But
big
then
fan.
I wouldn't do it again. I'd go find somewhere else, and I would just go stay in hostels and have a.
I wouldn't stay in a hostel in Mexico, but everything else is great.
I think you'd probably be fine. People say that about America too. I wouldn't stay in a hostel in America.
No, well, the thing is, in Mexico's a little different. You can get a hotel, like a formerly grand hotel that was like in its peak was like amazing hotel, but now it's sort of in decline. But the rooms are still really big, and everything's still good.
But that's not what I'm looking for.
They serve you breakfast. It's like $20 a room. Well, it's probably not.
Yeah, right. It's great.
But
but that's not what I'm looking for, though. I'm like. So I say that I travel alone, but I'm never alone.
Yeah, you mentioned the hostel aspect. It's important because you meet people there, and all the people that you meet, and you just go to activities there.
I love hostels. Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. So I'll show up, and I've done it before. Like literally within 10 minutes, I have people to go to dinner with. Right.
Yeah.
A good hostel, it mixes you. Like in a good hotel, it separates you. Right. That's the point. You're private.
Yeah.
So I would, I'd go to.
Well, not hotels with a common area. You'll meet people there too.
Yeah, I was gonna say it really depends. I like the hotels aspect. I mean, I just don't have a problem meeting people.
But if you have a girl, you're gonna want to have a private room. Like it just depends.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm gonna end up using a hostel
because you're gonna fuck. I got some question. So Wick is doing a panel right now on incels. Okay.
Oh God, I've been watching it. It's awful.
I've been watching that too. And you're right. But I wanted to talk a little bit about it if you guys could indulge me.
Please.
Sure. I've been very active in the chat, right? Very inflammatory.
I love how you all want to. I love how you actually want to admit that you're cheating on Prime on stream. I just have to point that out. Okay?
Hold on, whoa! This was before I came onto Prime's panel. Okay, this was
nice.
This
cover.
was in the 2
Prime
hours
is not
beforehand.
Available in those hours. Yeah,
Prime is not available in those 2 hours.
That's what he get his needs met while Prime's not available.
It's a polyamorous kind of situation going on. Okay, so I'm in the chat, right, making my opinion heard, and I don't know what Gibbs thinks about this. Maybe he'll back me up.
Oh, it's been something in that chat.
It's all fucking bullshit, right? Like, you just got to go to the gym. That's how you get this. I
don't even do that.
You just go to the gym, and all your problems will go away. This is what you do, right? Get ripped, get rich, and ignore women. That's how you get them. Okay, you ignore them, and you look glistening in the sunlight, and then they just come running. Okay, it's like a beacon. You have to go to the gym. Like, I'm serious. And there's so many guys that are just like on this fucking stream, and they're like, I can't figure it out. I can't fucking put it two and two together. Just get abs. Just get abs.
I mean, it's some of that. It's some of that for sure. But I don't have abs, and I do pretty good with ladies. I'll tell you what it is.
You do have abs. You just can't see them.
They're hidden.
Okay, I'm saying for people without a lot of charisma, they just need abs. Okay, but you
was a model. I'm not sure if you heard of that before.
Oh, I know, but Gibbs has so much natural charisma that he doesn't need abs. But I'm talking about like you're run-of-the-mill kind of person, right? You just need
these guys, that's what I said earlier. Like that one guy admitted he doesn't shower. One of them goes, he
doesn't go to the gym.
He doesn't go to the gym, and then his beard, like if you look at mine, I go to get mine trimmed, but it's coming all the way over his lips, right? And I know I already have a Kim Possible lip, so like imagine this guy just like totally covered. What woman wants to put her lips to fucking the bottom of fucking a mop? Nobody. Nobody wants to do that. So like, just like, hey, get this trimmed up, Papa. It takes you $10.
Gibbs, you're 100% correct. If he showed up with like a little bit trimmed, like looking fucking ripped and everything, he's not.
A t-shirt that's not 10 sizes too small.
He's gonna pull every chick in the fucking bar. I mean, this is what you need to do. And I feel as though like unless your body fat percentage is 4% or less, it's your fault. Okay, that's like the baseline because you can there's something that you can't control some things, but you can control that. At the end of the day, just go to the gym.
Yeah, you're right. It's not going to hurt you. Like I encourage you to be physically active.
Yeah, exactly.
But the only thing that one of the things I would say is let's say understandably and not surprisingly in the incel community. Okay, there's maybe some self-esteem and confidence issues going on there, and unfortunately, it's whatever, it's a snowball effect. Yeah, but also for many people, understandably, going to the gym is an intimidating experience, and it's just like they're just too afraid to go. I agree with you; they should go, but overcoming that fear is a large hurdle for many people.
Nobody there cares, and I know what you're saying. Some people feel intimidated, but like I'm telling you, nobody at the fucking gym cares what you look like. Like you just go to the gym; they don't give a fuck. They just want to get through their set. And then you're going to look good. And then people will care. And then people will notice. That's how you fix life. That's how you do it.
I mean, also what you said is...
life, but sure, some things.
A major part of life.
They have communities, right? And this is the problem, right? They have all these communities, and I've taken a gander in there, because for a little while there, I thought maybe I could try speaking to some of these people, because Lord, they need help. Like and I'm not even a very caring individual, but like it is sad to see like otherwise could be normal men like are just start weeping and to like other men and like okay, and then they're getting positive reinforcement for their bad behavior from these communities, and then whenever like someone like me comes in here, I'm like, listen, bro. This is going to sound rough, but like, hey, clean up your beard, like get a haircut. Like, look, you know what these sunglasses I got on? I wore these out the other day. These were $5 at Five Below. I'm walking around. I got a Hawaii
Buy a motorcycle.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that, but but I'm like, I got a $10 Walmart shirt on.
Too much for Gibbs.
And let's go. Yeah,
go to the orgies.
It works. No, motorcycles work. Like, motorcycles work too. I'm just saying, you don't need to. It just helps. Okay, like all this shit, right? I'm just saying.
I just want to formally just put everything that Lactoid said needs to be thrown in. I'm getting back to you.
I got it.
Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead.
The voice of God is here.
The voice of God.
Yeah. Didn't know I was the voice of God. I thought it'd be like Mel Gibson or something. Or not Mel Gibson. Fucking goddamn it! What the hell?
It's definitely.
I completely had a completely wrong.
Morgan Freeman.
You notice Mel Gibson
Morgan Freeman's not bad.
No big deal.
The guy who played him in Lucifer actually was base as fuck. But anyway, fuck. Oh yeah, Everything the Lactoid says, throw it out the fucking window. I'm actually a lot more with Gibbs on this one, okay? And what it is this. You don't have to go to the gym. No, hold on. You don't have to go to the gym because me and Gibbs drown in fucking pussy, okay? It's not that hard, all right? What it comes down to is 3 things. 1, put your shit together, like Gibbs is saying. Stop looking so goddamn scruffy that you look like you just came out of a homeless shelter, okay? Like, there's too many guys that look like that. Number 2, take a fucking shower. Like, I went to the DDG meetup. You all smell. Like, for real. The place fucking reeked. 3rd, go to therapy. Like, having a level of emotional intelligence actually is very attractive to women.
That's why they usually date. Therapy you need.
No, they usually want to date up because they want people who are emotionally mature. And unfortunately, even 30-year-old men, they're finding not emotionally mature.
Who needs maturity? When you got a V,
ignore them.
When you got a V, you know the V thing, the hard V above the
yeah. You know what I'm saying. I respect that you're still in your 20s. Respect that I am not.
Tiberius, you could here. Try to reach me on a human level for a second, okay? Imagine you come across a woman. She's got a horrible personality. She's got like every kind of cluster B you can think of, but she's good looking. And she's got the fishnets, and she's got that goth kind of you can't help yourself. Okay, you ruin your life over that shit, right?
It's like Fairy Queen all
the
over
same
again.
thing with the V.
Well,
Fairy Queen was hitting at something very deeply human, which is that you can replace a personality with abs if you don't have one. Okay, and there's a lot of incels I think struggle with their personality and they struggle with other things. It's very difficult for them to reform. But it's very easy, I think. The one thing they can do that everyone can do, right? Just get in shape, okay? There's something you can do even if you can't fix yourself, even if you can't fix your personality. Just get shredded. And I think that like the guys that are on this WIC panel,
most of them are not going to be happy.
Like, my advice will apply to them. Tiberius, I promise you, a guy who is
27 years old. You should know better than this.
I'm not 27, okay? I might look it, okay? But I'm not 27.
What are you, 26 still?
No, I'm older than 27. I'm just saying. Look,
okay, did you go? Okay, did you have a birthday? Last I checked, you were 27.
I'm 28. So I'm saying if look. I've had a little bit of drink. If you're shredded as fuck, tell me, have you ever seen a guy with the body of a Greek god, like walk in just fucking like thunder, like fucking calves? Like, you know, Megamind, right? When he lands and like the boom, you know what I'm saying? With the airflow underneath his thighs. Not thighs, the calves. You know what I'm talking about.
I think see some of them strike out pretty hard.
Dude, have you met these people that you're talking about?
Are they incels? Answer me. Are they incels?
They're not incels, no. I'll say that.
No, they're not incels, but they most of them hate their dating lives. They literally feel like they're pieces of meat.
But are they incels, though?
Hey, they'd rather be a piece of meat get laid than not get laid. I'll tell you that.
I was gonna say you're trading one demon for another. Their guys are like, oh, I can get laid, but they have no actual commission.
Pussy. Oh my god, these men don't think this way. Okay, you gotta trust me.
How many of you met? Because like almost every one of them I met, they fucking hate it.
No, they're lying. They're lying. They're trying to seem humble. Okay, they are happy with their body if they look good.
I don't know.
Well, first of all, no real bodybuilder is ever really like satisfied with their body. Like, there's a lot of deep-seated insecurity there.
That's what keeps them going. That's why they're so impressive.
Hold on, that's also attractive to the women.
Like some of the most self-destructive behavior that you could right now. Come on, man.
Don't just eat vitamins. No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Jesus Christ.
So multiple things. One, our friend Admiral Gibbs, right? He used to have a 6-pack. Well, that's when you got to hit your model ex-wife, right?
Yeah. That was.
See, that part is important.
Hold on, I smashed a model like on Tuesday this week, so that's fine. I'm still doing it.
Okay.
But you married a model when you had a 6-pack.
That's true. Well, I will say that was dumb Gibbs. Smart Gibbs now knows don't marry the women with BPD. You just smash them and then you forget about them, and then they want you more. That's the secret right there.
Lactoid. I gotta ask a question. Do you have a 6-pack currently, friend?
Listen, I'm a 6'2" lawyer. I don't have to try anymore.
You're 5'11".
Look. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I don't need to try anymore. I don't make the rules. Okay.
And as a motorcycle,
don't be a player hater. Okay. Hate the game. Don't hate the player.
Places now. The fact that you keep doing that.
Don't hate the player. Hate the game. Okay. I'm just saying, like, if you're not 6'2", then you're gonna have to go to the gym, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
This makes so much sense. This makes so much fucking sense now.
I'll comment on the rest of that, but like he's literally the one. Like I remember, I actually just like watched a video a little while ago.
He's a Swedish
model. It was a woman, right, who's 6 feet tall, and she's constantly running into men who says, "Oh yeah, they're 6 feet plus, right, and they're shorter than her," and she's like, "I know you're not because I'm 6 feet tall." And that's Lactoid right there. That would be him with his daddy.
Lactoid his hair.
No, you can just wear, just wear boots or something. It'll be 6'4", like whatever.
There's all these. No, I'm sorry. Like these people in your fucking chat. They're like, oh my god, like this is terrible advice. No. Like if you can't figure out in your mind like why you can't get laid, and you're an incel, so like this is like the one thing fucking preoccupying every second of every fucking day. Go to the gym and look good. Really attractive people get laid because why? They're fucking hot. They're hot as fuck. And even if they have shit personalities.
I actually want to really engage with it. So I didn't, I say Utai. I really wanted to engage with you. So, okay. I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. And that like looking good, like I commented previously, is a big help, right? But that's strictly on getting laid, right? Now, I know that's the focus, right, of a lot of this, but you got to understand that a lot of this is like emotional issues for these men. Not all of them. Some of them it really is just like, do the things, get cleaned up and all that stuff, and you're good. But for a lot of these guys, it's much more than this. A lot of these guys actually are already good looking. Some of them are built, right? We had one who came here, right? This was a long time ago. His name was like Blue Orange or something like that. I think it was on the Reverie. Either that he I don't think he was on the Reverie actually. I think he was on our open panels when we had those. And he came in and he was a bunch of things. And then I found out afterwards that he had there was like an article written about this guy because he was harassing women and there were complaints about him, and then maybe I gotten violent. It was a
well, don't do that. I'm not saying do that.
That's what I'm saying, but this is the thing, right? So I'm like, for what Ty was saying previously, some of these people actually do need therapy, right? That it's not simply their body, and it's not simply the way they look. Now, that would help, right, in getting women, but it's not going to help them keep women. If the only problem you're trying to solve is getting your dick wet, then absolutely just hit what Lactoid's saying. But if you're trying to do literally anything else, right, and you've been having this mentality and you're super resentful towards women, then that's something that you have to deal with, because you're going to take it out on them and you're going to make them miserable. Then they're going to leave you, and you'll still have that incel mentality.
Well, hold on.
I got to clarify one thing. If you're a rapist, go to therapy. Fair. Okay. I'm with that. Okay. But if you're not a rapist, get ripped and you'll be fine. Go ahead, Gibbs.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I most of these, I'll get right over you. Most of my students, I can't tell you how to have a good long-term relationship. That's pretty clear. But I can tell you how to get laid. But I will say this: you're much more likely to have a relationship if you're going out and trying to get one, as opposed sitting at home going, well, I can't figure out why nobody likes me. I'm not saying you got to go get ripped like Lactoid, because I obviously am not, and I think I do okay. And but it's just talking to people. You get told no 100 times. Well, now you're currently getting told no 100 times online. Why don't you go try that at the bar? It's just at least be talking to people, because the only way your Riz gets up or charisma gets up is by being able to talk to people. I just maybe not smell bad. I keep harping on that, but I don't know how many of these people when you walk in the club and somebody, you can tell it's their second time out, and they walk by and they smell like fucking onions. It's just bruh, it's going to be a lot of people in these places. It's going to be hot. put some deodorant on, take a shower. I don't know. Like I'm kind of agree with what Lactoid's saying. I also don't agree with the therapy thing because women want the give and take. They want some kind of problem, and if you're always happy all the time, that shit's fucking boring.
I think that's
So,
no one's ever
every woman.
perfectly put together. Like that's not what therapy does. It doesn't fix you. It helps you manage and deal with your problems. Okay, that's what 90% of it is. Yeah. Second of all, Lactoid, I have a question and a statement. The question is, when was the last time you actually long-term dated somebody?
So my personal life is irrelevant to this conversation.
No, it is not.
It absolutely is.
Front and center.
No.
Front and center, motherfucker. Let's go.
My personal life is irrelevant to this conversation. My advice is rock solid, okay? My advice is it stands on its own merit. It stands on its own merit, okay?
I'm just going to answer this years. Literal years, okay? Get fucked, stay fucked, Lactoid.
Hear me out. Look, I'm telling you, my advice transcends
I got a better question.
all of this personal experience, anecdotal bullshit, okay? Like, if there were stats on this, I know I'd be right. Corey, you like stats. Surely you would agree.
Right now, dude.
Statistically, if you are ripped as fuck, you're probably more likely to get laid. True?
Generally speaking, if you increase your attractiveness, yes, you will increase chances of getting sex only, but they're
incels. But they're incels, right? They're incels and they're looking to get laid.
Maybe that's one of the problems is like they think, I don't know for sure, but I think there's the larger mentality like if I just have sex, that'll solve all my problems, okay? And I think that's pretty clearly not the case. They have other.
It'll just solve most of it.
It'll help. It'll help their problems. I'll tell you that.
It will.
I mean,
no. Actually, because this bleeds into the gym mentality of like many people think that if I just get a 6-pack, okay, the confidence will come. That's going to solve all my problems. Turns out that's not actually the case, and the insecurity is still there.
They're not showing it off enough, right? They don't show. I was just talking with Rashad. He was talking about how he has abs, but he doesn't show it off. He's not showing up to the club shirtless. That's the problem, okay? Because they don't know he has it. But like, if you gotta wear a really tight shirt, and then they'll know.
Yeah,
or button up and you open up the buttons as the night goes on.
Whoa, Tom, you're really quiet. You gotta fix your mic.
Okay. One second.
Wait, you're loud.
A little more gain would help.
It'll just take 1 second. Hold on.
Long time no see, Tom.
Am I quiet?
You're getting there. If you can put 20% on your gain, I definitely would.
I can.
I didn't. It's all the way up.
Yeah, I can hear.
All the way up.
Let me check my settings.
Maybe I turned you down or something.
But yeah, I was gonna say the problem for a lot of these guys is that they don't have experience. And so yes, getting laid actually is a huge part of their hurdle, is that they don't have the experience. They're going to be super nervous. They don't know like what all goes on and what it's like. And once you do it once, now it's a little bit easier to do it a second time and to do it a third time. And it gives you confidence and that starts to build. Yes, getting laid is like half their fucking problem, actually.
I mean, it depends. Like, if all of what they want is just to get sex, okay, and nothing else outside of that, like,
of course, I agree. Relationships. No, of course they want relationships.
So
part of their problem is that they could just go get a hooker, sure, but that's
part of
want to do that, right?
That's cheating. That's not the same thing, right? Like, you want to know that you can pull.
Agreed.
And if you pay a chick, you don't know if you can pull because you paid her. But if you show up and you look so fucking good that she's gonna go home with you, then you know that you can pull, okay? And
if the hooker pays you,
then you're really going, okay? But here's the thing. Like, I agree that getting ripped is not the only thing, right? Sure, if you got a really good charisma, if you're rich as fuck, like, there's other things you can do. What I'm saying is that getting ripped is like the most accessible thing for a lot of these incels, right? Who maybe have a difficult time getting rich or maybe struggle with social skills or whatever. Like, I don't care. You can still go to the gym, especially if you have time on your hands, right? If you've got time on your hands, you can do it.
But that's the thing, though. Like, the guy I brought up was like well built, right? He was like he had muscles, right? I don't know, right? But like he had a lot of resentment towards women. And it reminds me of what's his name? Elliot.
Elliot Rogers.
Yeah.
There are exceptions.
Take it down.
He was an honestly handsome individual, right? Damn good looking guy. And still he had like all these like that guy needed therapy, like 100% needed therapy. With the ideas that he had in his head. So like that's like an issue. But again, I think so. Lacto, I want to be clear. I'm not like dismissing what you're saying, right? I think what you're saying works out for most individuals.
99% of individuals, yes.
The necessary first step, and I think a lot of the other stuff will fall in line afterwards, right? So I hear you there. But if we just push this message that just get abs and like don't deal with all your anxieties and your anger or your resentment or whatever, right? Your thoughts on like the place of women in society. I mean, right? Like then they're going to run into issues afterwards, and it will end badly for everyone involved.
Let me build a bridge, okay? And I think you guys will have to agree with this. For these people, right? I'm getting them. If we get them to the gym and we get them working out every day, yeah, they're going to get abs. Yeah, they're going to start looking good, and they're going to feel better about themselves because they're going to look in the mirror and they're going to see the body of a Greek god, and they're going to feel great about it. But more importantly, on top of all that, they're going to have the energy to get up in the morning, and they're going to have the cognitive ability to deal with life and to deal with the day, and they're going to have the endorphins to feel good generally, and they're going to go through life just a better person. And then they're going to be in the position they need to be in to overcome their struggles. You know, the best thing for mental health, and Corey, you can back me up on this, right? Regular exercise is one of the best things you can do for your mental health, right? And so for these people who struggle with their mental health, getting them into the gym is like number one priority, in my opinion.
Oh, also, there's a social aspect to that. You know, like once you go, like you get a new social group, as opposed to like I'm on the 4chan chat boards talking to the incels. Like you're outside, you're meeting people.
Yeah, just to back that up, I just posted something in the DM, and it's basically the efficacy of different activities on depression, and one of the best one is dancing. And after that, it's walking or jogging in terms of treating depression. So it is true that exercise will help your mental health.
Because of the context of this conversation and how it booted up, I want to just let you guys know Wix channel is out for 7 days.
I guess something happened on that panel.
I'm betting either something happened after we left, or because
right?
I'm thinking it's either that or because the chat was saying too many words. That
Twitch, I take back everything I just said. What the fuck?
Yeah, sexually harassing others is the
I wasn't here for the beginning of the panel. What happened on Wix?
What?
Apparently, okay, so the reason I brought this up is that apparently they were doing an incel panel earlier, and yeah, apparently that panel, which just ended not too long ago, caught a 7-day ban for Wix. So tread lightly.
So how about them Celtics?
How about treat women with dignity?
They're doing pretty good. They're
Wait, what did you say? You said it was for harassment? Is someone on there?
Quote, okay, I'm literally reading it because he sent me the photos from it. Reason: sexually harassing others, targeted another person with sexual or sex-based insults or degrading sexual comments. Which it's an incel panel that could be anything.
See what Ty just said validates his opinions previously, right? That a lot of people there needed therapy. Like,
they just need to go to the gym, and they went and say those.
This was their therapy, and Twitch banned them.
My therapy was the alcohol. That's the secret.
Wig has some spicy people on, right? But Twitch chose to ban him now because of this, or suspend him now because of this, and that, like, I think it validates everything Ty was trying to say.
Yeah, let's change topics.
This has to be an important. I mean, it's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, like we can talk about it. Yeah, I mean, and none of you guys are. I mean, I don't know about Tom. Tom,
looking at Lactoid.
Tom sometimes has the crazy eyes.
Did I say anything that was sexually harassing? I'm just saying work out for your physical and your mental health.
It is Twitch. You got to be a little careful. They might pull the trigger sometimes on some stuff.
Okay, I know for a fact I didn't get Wix thing pulled because I was only commenting in the YouTube chat, so that wasn't me.
No, I'm saying in their Twitch chat, there were people definitely. I bet it was the chat. I bet because the chat was saying too many hot words that they got them from that. If I had to wait, unless something happened after we left, like
you find out what words those are and like ban them in the you can make it automatically so that they.
I mean, I have to assume he probably would have those words already. I would think. I don't know for sure, but
your Automod should already have it. Yeah,
I would have assumed by now you'd have had most of the, or if not all of the, whatever.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
And
Jesus Christ, what's good, boys? This heat wave is killing me.
Well, how hard is it where you are? Tell me how. Tell me
what was the worst thing you heard?
It was 98 today.
Poor baby.
Oh, my fucking bad, bro. I'm sorry you chose to live in God's asshole that is Texas. That's not my fucking fault.
Poor baby. Let me get you some tissues for that win.
My man decided to move to the least inhabitable state. It was like, oh, I'm just gonna. You don't get to complain.
I haven't been
there because you're closer to the Great Lakes, right? I got 5 lakes around me, boy. It's not. It's a sauna around here. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
what's good, boys? How we doing?
It hit 93 here.
Yeah. Is my mic still quiet?
Your mic is still quiet. I have you turned all the way up, so I don't know what's going on.
As do I.
Okay.
Did you pray today, Tom?
I have you turned up moderately.
I bet you have dry heat.
Holly, I was trying to ask you. The last time I saw you, you said that you were going to message me because you wanted to talk about religion.
Yeah, I just ended up thinking you were too busy. I just learned this whole stream shit, so now I'm coming for you. But yeah, this is a very religious chat. If you don't pray, the mics don't work.
That's
What is this, 40K now? We have to offer up prayers to the Mechanicus?
Yeah, the machine spirits.
Mechanicus, Allah, whatever works best for you guys, Gibbs. You got dry heat down there where you are, right?
No, I got the humidity.
He's got coast heat.
Texas has a decent amount of humidity.
Yeah, I think I'm in San Antonio, and it's like 60 to 80% humidity. I was living in Houston and Corpus for that, and it's like 110% humidity.
Are you close to water?
Yeah, we're on the Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, you're on the Gulf. Okay, I'm sorry.
And we have a river here.
Like the excuse me, fuck. A lot of the weather patterns will pull
lakes in Texas.
Moisture from literally the Gulf of Mexico all the way up to me and all the way up into Lake Michigan. I'm not kidding with that. It's literally like an atmospheric river kind of shit.
Goddamn Mexicans, man, sending their people, their fucking humidity,
oh my god,
their weather patterns. What the fuck, bro? But okay, fair enough. So we can move past this. But
I had
what? Sorry,
I had maybe another potential topic if you want to switch topics. If you want to go down still the incel route.
Oh yeah, no. We I just wanted to let Ali know what we were talking about. So if you have something to add, then sure. But then after that, we can go to.
Can I ask Latoid real quick though before we do?
Okay.
What was the worst thing in chat that you saw?
Probably the shit I was saying, but that was only in YouTube chat. That was not in Twitch chat. Okay.
Okay. All right.
So it wasn't my fault.
Lactoid's in trouble. What did we do?
No,
I'm not
this
in
is what
trouble.
one person said in the chat. This was the one that got me, and this wasn't even that bad of a thing to say. But they were like, "Oh, I run an incel support group," and they said, and I quote, "People like what Gibbs is." And I was basically saying the same thing I've been saying here: take a shower, get a beard trim, like basic things that cost for less than $50. You can make major steps, right? Yeah. And I was sitting here. That's basically what I said. And they said, "What you're doing is bad, Gibbs, because that's bullying. These people don't want to hear that." I said. That's why it's tough love. They don't want to hear it, right? But that's what they need to hear. And they went off. They just went on this whole tirade about how I was an evil bully coming for them, and I was disrespecting their lifestyle choices. And I'm like, well, if your lifestyle choices are causing you not to fucking get what you want, it's time to make some changes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if I was broke as fuck and I'd living off welfare, I'd get a job. It's same thing. Like, it's like you got a problem, you got to do something to change that problem. I don't understand why that's controversial.
Ali, what we were talking about before is apparently Wick was having a panel on incels. They had incels there, and we just learned that his account got suspended on Twitch.
What?
For 7 days is what we're hearing, because sexual threats or something were made towards someone. You can't say that on Twitch.
So the actual thing is okay. So it's examples of what sexual harassment is according to Twitch is example 1, continuously targeting a streamer with sex-based insults after previously being timed out. 2, insulting someone on the basis of their sexual practices, such as accusing them of having sex with everyone they meet. Or 3, calling somebody a I don't know if I could say it even.
Nope.
Calling somebody a quote W word or quote S word for wearing revealing clothing. That second one right there, insulting someone on the basis of their sexual practices, such as accusing them of having sex with everyone they meet. Could the reverse of that potentially be the thing that Twitch has a problem with? Like if you make fun of somebody for not getting laid.
You have no sex with nobody that
can't. You can't get laid. Therefore, I'm making fun of you for your inability to do something. It's ableist, you know.
I'm not sure if ableist is. I don't know anyone that is ableist.
I'm just pulling at straws here. You know.
I heard you couldn't. They didn't. They banned like the word simp like a long time ago. And like calling someone a simp. So you can say the word. And then I'm guessing slut and whore is the word.
Whore and slut. Yep.
But yeah, as long as you're not referring to it. Like, you know, like if I like make comments about lactolate, right?
What are you trying to say, Prime?
What are you trying to sound like?
I'm not saying anything.
The idea would be like you had a bunch of these people with like, you know, the title's calling them incels, and then what is that doing? You're putting everyone up on a fucking podium to just get shit on, essentially, right? And so I'd assume Twitch would be like, I don't know if that's what we want.
Yeah,
it sounds like he was saying stuff in chat, though, right? Like,
I think it was the chat. I think that's
like we were trying to help them.
It sounds like it sounds like he said something in chat.
It sounds like that.
After
like,
the reason I say it might not be
like
that
it was moderated.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It was the only mod I saw was the auto mod, right? So like people can get around that by like doing whatever. And I think if it got keyword enough, then they might get the channel. That's my guess.
But
unless something happened after you leave that.
Or if anybody in chat reported, or if enough people in chat reported, like if everyone was jumping on you, calling you a bully, I could see some of them like reporting on that basis.
Well, you're encouraging bullying at the least, like.
How is that encouraging bullying? We want them to get laid.
Bro, if I bring an ugly person on camera and I'm like, hey, listen, let's just sit here and dissect how ugly you are, and better to help you not be ugly. It's just,
bro. But wait,
you look like a dog.
Okay. I get that. But let's say an ugly person.
That's kinda, yeah.
And let's say somebody joins who's ugly because, like, I don't fucking know. They don't blow their nose, and they don't shave, and they don't shower, and they don't cut their hair, and they don't. XYZ. They don't do jack shit, okay? And they have like, you know, and they're just like, I don't understand it, right? Would helping them be bullying?
If it was constructive. If it was constructive,
however, it's constructive. Yeah, if it's constructive.
Well, we know that, like, you know, on a Twitch panel or a YouTube panel, you bring an incel or a whore onto the panel.
You can't say that.
It stops being constructive. We are just. You know, we gotta
use the 18th century term, slattern. Use that one.
Yeah. Listen. I am pro helping young men be able to speak to a lady without quivering and, you know, pissing their pants. I'm all for it. All right. It's just the chat is also filled with young men who quiver and piss their pants when they speak to women, and they're just there to project
because they don't
their
have
insecurities onto whoever is on this panel.
Anyone who subs to my channel is an instant chat. Just want you to know, he wasn't talking about you, not my
automatically.
The people who don't subscribe, I can't speak to you.
To Gibbs's point, I had a fucking Smeth has been calling me a misogynist since time, and I've gotten into a similar debate. I was like, listen, bro,
Smith is a weirdo. I know.
Well, I was on a WIC panel debating. I was on a WIC
panel. Sorry, I'm not trying to be a bully or nothing. He's an odd character. He's
an artist. He's an artist.
He's eccentric.
And so I was saying the same thing. I was like, listen, bro, for the average guy, the advice is relatively simple. You go to TJ Maxx with about $70, $80. Get yourself a nice pair of pants, couple t-shirts. They even have decent cologne, fellas.
Holy shit, it's the same thing.
This was $13. This is Penguin. This is cheap stuff. And then I have a Burberry one. This was a whole $25. Okay, sometimes you find some decent stuff, but even then, if you say advice like that, it goes, well, no, man, people should be able to go outside in their pajamas and greasy hair and then smell like cigarettes. And then if I go talk to a girl, she should love me because of the person I am. But brother, you're projecting the person that you are.
Let me just
Why do I know that person?
Thank you, Ali. Thank you.
You're an ashtray, brother.
Let me just say to that, yeah, they can if they're interested in meeting a girl who is at the same level.
Like a normal girl.
But they
You gotta select.
But it's easier. But it's easier if you're above them, right? If you are superior to the woman you're trying to get, then you put yourself in a position of power over them, and then they're going to suck up to you, and then you can use that to make them do the dishes.
Well, see, and this is why the chat got crazy. Lactoid, I love you. That's why they banned the guy.
I like what I Go. I go. You continue.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, if you're interested in a girl who also doesn't take care of herself and is overweight and whatever, that whole list of things, right? Then you can pull that easily. But that's not what they want, right? They want to pull an 8 or higher, but they don't want to be at, they don't feel the need to be at that level themselves. They want people to love them for who they are on the inside, which I think is reasonable, except they have to be willing to do the same thing, and they're not.
I want to add something to that as well. You also have to have the reasonable expectations, right? I feel like I do well. I can get some very attractive women. Listen, I'm not in the same league.
His ex-wife is a model. I'm not sure if you've heard before.
But guess what? My ex-wife, she also had a lot of fucking mental issues. I'm fucking 10, but I'm fucking 10 with problems. Listen, it's just because I know that I could shoot high here. Now, if I wanted to get like an 8 or a 7 with no mental issues, probably could do that. You got to know. So, like, it's not like I'm expected to compete with the NFL players. That would be unrealistic. Yeah, I can get the 10s that have no mental issues. Great. No, I can't do that. That's unrealistic. But these guys think that they're going to be getting the same thing as fucking Tom Brady, and Tom Brady got cheated on by his wife. So, like, what do they know?
I'm not gonna lie, but just like optically in the wording, I think you should reframe it of like I can get chicks with mental issues. Like that just does not sound right.
Okay, I mean, maybe you get what I'm trying to say.
Crazy hot scale. We know the rules.
A little bit more detail.
There's a scale. Bernie, whatever his name is.
I've run into a lot of chicks with mental issues. I'm telling you, it's a mindset out there.
They glow. It's interesting. They just there's an aura about them.
There's different. Well, I would bet there's different auras, but I'm different kind of crazy. Let me tell you that.
Multiple auras, better time.
I love what Iko said because he was cutting to a very important issue here, right? Is as to like what exactly are you looking for? And look, I think every guy has done this, has had this mentality at a certain point that like, you want like the hottest girl because why wouldn't you want the hottest girl? Because of course not, right?
Because media is throwing this stuff at us all the time, so it's raising our expectations.
Exactly, right? So you're looking for like the most attractive person, but like, on the other end, you're like, oh, but they should love my personality, right? You're not bringing like the most attractive guy energy here, but like they should love you for you, and of course, as always, the media, right? The media will say, well, of course you can get that girl because we're going to give you a whole bunch of movies, right? With average looking dudes. They meet that manic pixie dream girl, right? The super hot one, or even not manic pixie, right? Even if she's just like the super hot one who like is dating the jock, but then she realizes the nerd or whatever the fuck who actually treats her right. And you're like, I'm going to be that guy. Motherfucker, no, you're not. It's not happening, right? The jocks take the girls, the ultra hot guys. Yeah, they take.
To be fair, they both end up miserable. All right, listen, hot people are hot. Don't get it twisted. But oh my good lord, are they boring? Oh my good lord, are they what?
That's why
they are excessively boring. Prime. They lack substance.
They don't need to be entertaining. They're hot.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that they're hot, but goddamn are they
boring. That's why the people who went from ugly to hot, they are the most like they're the best.
They're not on my level, right? So like don't be.
That is not true because in reality, it's also that there are tons of hot women who have just gotten away with everything their entire lives. And so they have so much like energy and goofiness and like quirkiness that like everybody else, they would have been checked for it. They would have been looked at as weird. They would have been treated abnormally. But I know tons of hot girls who are just so quirky and odd and like hyper
annoying. You described annoyance.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I wouldn't say that's personality.
You put them in front of a camera, they would be entertaining as fuck. Like that would be fun to watch. But they like, yes, for a relationship, it's not.
Well, hold on, wait. Would it be as fun to watch someone that you didn't deem attractive do the same thing? Probably not.
Well, it's always less watching anyone who's less attractive, right? Like that's the way it is. They don't have ugly. There's very rarely ugly women on TV, right? Like it's always more attractive, more fun to find attractive people doing anything, right? So, but anyway,
except in comedy.
Yeah, I was just say comedy. Fat people would rule comedy.
Fat people, the normies, the semi, the almost attractive.
What are the ultra successful comedians currently. I'm not an expert, but they don't seem overly unattractive to me. The A-list or S-list comedians. Like what?
I mean, Sarah Silverman is hideous, and she's like.
I was going to relate more to the girls.
Hideous.
What are you talking about? I'm not sure.
She's not hideous, but she's normal looking. A lot of the comedians are normal looking.
Always a hottie, I thought, but yeah.
And not for nothing, a lot of the comedians are normal looking. Besides Matt Rife, who's like the great looking list. Where's this great looking list of comedians that are just sexy and hot?
Yeah, I mean, have you seen Jeff Ross? Like, he's the Roastmaster General.
He is not like an A-list or whatever S-list
What do you mean? He's the guy that gets to host every major roast.
Yeah, Bill Burr is like still A-list right now, right?
Sorry, I don't.
He was never.
I don't care about. This part's not important. This part's not important. Sorry, shut up. The important thing is what Ali said.
I'll be right back. Okay, listen to this actually.
Yeah. The important thing that is what Ali said before is saying that most. Well, you said that hot girls, period, are boring.
Hot
or
people.
Hot people. Yeah, even worse, right? There are plenty of attractive people who are entertaining or smart or funny. I think that's such cope, right?
Plenty.
I think it's so much cope to say that, attractive people, they don't have personalities. It's true for some, right? What Tom said previously is 100% true, right? He absolutely hit the nail on the head there. But it's not a universal thing. There are plenty of people, really attractive people, who are cool, who are funny, who are like exactly the type of person you want to, who would be your dream partner, right? I mean, they exist, right? So like, I reject that. It's like cope from people who, and I don't think you're bad looking, Ali, but like I think you hear that mostly from people who can't get those hot individuals, right? And like, they don't have bad personalities, so like, let me cope with like whoever I can get.
Well, I mean, I used to be ugly, so I know. So, like, it's usually
so you have
the ones that are born hot lack. The ones to Lactoid's point, from ugly to hot.
Sorry.
Very, very, very nice. Very good.
I know you can be born hot
because they had to develop personality, right? They had to develop personality, and then they got hot, and it's like, holy shit, right? Like
Prime. I get it. Prime. I get it. You were born hot, and you have a personality. We're not talking about you, buddy. You are outside of the norm. Okay. I'm talking about the norm.
All right. Okay. Well, you got to go. Then I'll. You said you had to walk away for a second, Ali?
Oh, I'm just gonna
Okay. But I just feel like that's a lot of cope we hear a lot of times from people about like attractive individuals. So they just all suck, right? And
they're all dumb, single digit IQ and no personality.
Yeah. I've met really attractive women, and I guess men too, right? But like, who cares about them? But like really attractive women, who are amazing in all the ways, and like, yeah, it sucks because they're not with me. It is what it is. It blows. But they're not dating me, so it is what it is. But I can acknowledge their existence. I don't know. And you've all run into them too. So
you know what's worse than that is, I think you could probably do this at any attractive level, but it's especially bad when they're hot. This is one that gets me. Do you ever met somebody that they have zero personality outside of their job? Like that's the thing that defines them is their career, their job, like whatever it is. Like that's the only thing they can. Like I'm not saying like motivated. I'm saying like they get off work and they're thinking about work. Like, I mean, like, have you ever met anybody like this? Oh,
lawyers. Yeah.
All the lawyers I know, they get off work and they're thinking about getting wasted. That's what I know.
We're talking about rich people?
Gee, it's almost like we have one here.
Not rich people.
He's right. We all get wasted as soon as
it's almost like you all are soulless and
personality.
Nah.
If you are drinking scotch right now.
No, I'm drinking Gentleman Jack.
Well, that's my favorite of the whiskeys of the American whiskeys.
Ali, what Gibb was talking about with individuals who like their only personality is their job, right? And
oh my god,
I think about their job, yeah.
Oh my, it's usually it is usually going to be like the lawyers, the doctors, the people who went and got their PhD type shit. Those are going to be people who will be hyper invested in they're just working 60, 70, 80 hours a week. The mortgage guys.
I met this girl that sold body armor and guns, and she was like that. And I was like, oh, you're so hot. Why do you just have to care about, like, literally we were sitting here and we were watching like Game of Thrones or something. And she was like, oh, something. Oh, do you think they're gonna approve this? Whatever, I can make so much more. I mean, bro, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday night. Like, I don't want to talk about your bullshit no more. Like, please, can we talk about anything else? Did you see the weather today? Like,
they're making money though. What's wrong? Hold on.
Yeah, but it's one topic. You can only talk about one topic your whole life.
Because they're on the grind. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong?
I'm on the grind too, but like,
so
come
much
on.
wrong with that.
I'm not sitting here talking about decimals all day with y'all. That sounds boring as fuck.
I mean, she's not grinding if it's her day off, right? Like
She is. She be in a bikini by the pool, fucking checking on like what the Congress is gonna approve what this new type of tier 3 body armor so that she can. And I'm just like, bro, that's not gonna be decided for 6 more hours.
Defense contractor.
I don't know exactly what she did. I'm not, but she sold body armor and she sold great. I didn't listen.
Like, she was making invisible body armor. You're kind of downplaying. I thought she was making like chain links on Etsy.
No, this was like she'd go to like the gun shows and like the conferences. I don't know. It was.
Yes.
I didn't really care. But to be honest with you, it was just awful.
We're gonna move past this, and we're gonna maybe see what Corey wanted to talk about there. But just so you guys know, in case you haven't been keeping track, Hot D is back. If hopefully you guys have been watching, House of the Dragon for the nerds here who don't know.
Good.
But yeah, last night, great episode.
I don't know.
I've already had one spoil. Give me a day or two to actually watch it, please.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna mention it. I'm just saying.
I enjoyed it a lot. It was very good.
Just, go watch. It's a great episode. So House of the Dragon, and there was what was the other thing I was watching that came back? Fuck.
Boys.
I brought it up.
The Acolyte.
The Boys. The Boys is back.
Yeah, but you see the downfall of the actress of Starlight. Plastic Street. So Starlight, the main actress, did a bunch.
I thought they ended the show because of.
I don't think that's confirmed that she had plastic surgery. I think that's a rumor.
She looks different. I'll tell you that.
She looks like a different person. I don't know.
She looks exactly the same.
No, she does look different, but I don't think it's plastic surgery.
Okay, then maybe it was just editing. Then I saw it all over the place, and her face was red.
The lips were bigger. She at least got some micro. I am a Lebanese man. I'm around a lot of Lebanese women. I know Botox when I see it. I know microblading when I see it. I know lip filler when I see it. I know the little jaw filler when I see it.
Give me a side by side. It's up to you.
Yeah, they have it side by side. It's egregiously different. I'll say that. I thought she got heroin. I'm gonna be honest, but.
I don't know. She looked hot. It's all important. Like they changed the Mother's Milk, but that's an actual different actor.
Wait, is it? I don't think that it is.
That's a different guy.
No, I don't think so.
That's a different guy. He got a different voice. Different.
No. I'm on a bad
right now. Yeah, it's the same guy.
I don't know.
It's.
Yeah,
same guy?
He does look a lot different though. He
looks a lot different.
His beard, and I think he lost some weight. Yeah.
Yeah. I first thought it was a different guy, but about halfway through the second episode, I was like, that's the same guy.
Okay, I gotta look it up. And I was sure. I was like, oh, they just recast him. Which is fine. Hold on. The Boys.
I sent it in
it's
I sent it in chat.
I mean, another explanation is that she just lost weight, and that makes her like with less fat in the face. Your face is going.
She looks really good.
Photo. Like
I'm telling you, the pictures that were out there.
I sent pic in the chat side by side.
There's a scene in the second episode where she's like landing, and like it zooms in on her face, and you can like tell that it's like she looks totally.
He must have lost. Did he have cancer or something? Because his face is now. This guy's face is completely different.
It's plastic surgery.
They probably all went the same surgery.
You think? But he was already handsome before.
They all went to surgery together.
People can try to be more.
I mean, it looks like a
beautiful. He looks thinner.
You know what it is? Is that they're reptilians.
I'm looking. No. I'm looking. Okay, so I'm looking at IMDb, right? In the first picture, his first picture that pops up, it looks different than his previous one. Like I don't know. He looks a lot slimmer, right? Before he was like more buff. Laz Alonso, the guy who played Mother's Milk in The Boys, he looks significantly slimmer than he was before. You could just it's like literally just do a side by side, one picture to another, and his face looks different. Like front on,
he looks taller too. I know that's a weird thing to say in a show, but I thought he looked like taller in all the scenes.
Yeah, he looks like he's aged. And this one, he looks. Oh my god.
Yeah, but the Starlight one was really egregious. There was, like I said, there was a scene where she like was landing and like zoomed in her face, like when she did the superhero thing. I'm like, holy shit, is that the same person? And then I saw all the plastic surgery stuff afterwards.
Okay, I'm gonna. Yeah, I guess she did have plastic surgery. If those, fair enough. For false plastic surgery,
people are annoyed because she's not supposed to be like this hot, like sexy, like, but she's supposed to be like beautiful, sweet, wholesome type. Yeah, and so like this. Well, I mean, that kind of ruins the dynamic of her character. What do you mean?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
If she goes from being like cute, sweet, wholesome to hot, sexy, and like how are you portrayed as like
she was going?
You can't be adorable
from the beginning. From the beginning, when you watch her go in there, you expect her to be corrupted at some point and kind of like change over time. That was my expectation from everything that was happening, the decisions that she started making. That yes, she was going to be corrupted, she was going to change, and that eventually she was going to be the whatever his name is, the Captain America guy, and she was just going to be him at some point, and that was going to be the point.
I don't know. This might be surgery. This might be makeup.
The nose is the thing that looks weird, though.
Yeah, the nose does look.
Either way, unless you're going to call her a liar, because I think she explicitly says in the article that like she hasn't had plastic surgery.
Doesn't that just look like weight loss? Like, to me, that's what it looks like.
It could be weight loss, yeah.
There's less fat in her nose. There's less fat in her cheeks.
I'm sorry. What did you guys send? Because what I saw, it was like 100%. Like, it was a botched. Yeah, no. There's if you look at it, no.
Look at the lips. Look at the nose. Look at the eyebrows.
It is a different facial space. That
all that could be makeup.
Like, insanely different.
All that can make up. You saying look at the lips, the nose,
she looks like she
the lips. Easily. That is makeup, right? The nose, like that's contouring. That can easily be contouring, right? Eyebrows, they do shit the eyebrows all the time. Like there's no reason to think that.
Sure. But the facial shapes are like massively different, and she looks like she aged 10 years. Her lips are insanely different. And you're right, the cheeks could be makeup. I don't think the nose really could be. I don't like you can make
absolutely contour their noses
shape a little bit. I know. You can change the shape a little bit, but hers is just way skinnier. And the bridge down here at the bottom is going up now. That you can't do that.
I think the nose might be the strongest evidence. Maybe like a nose job.
I think that's
I think a nose job.
But that's how it goes. You go in for a nose job and then you get a little filler here and a little plump here. This is basic. This is regular, like
cocaine there. That'll get you skinny as well.
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying there
are a little Ozempic. Nothing crazy.
Yeah, stick him in the shoulder.
Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't think it's a slam dunk. I don't think you guys realize the power of makeup. It's unbelievable.
No, I realize the power of makeup. I'm actually more concerned with the fact that, I thought the whole point of this character was that, she's supposed to be this beautiful, wholesome, not supposed to be thing, and then that does change the dynamic of the character.
No, it doesn't.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
Why would it? Why would It's
because there's a difference. Would you wait?
What's weird is that
the aesthetic that she has.
Hold on. Would you?
It's what you're projecting. It's what you're expressing.
I think at least find it a little bit.
They chose a tiny little blonde girl for a reason. She
is still a tiny little blonde girl.
Hold on. You're saying in a TV show. Wait, Prime. You're saying in a TV show there's no difference between the girl next door and the cheerleader, which there's an explicit difference that the girl next door they always do the swap.
I know exactly what you're saying, and I'm saying it's ridiculous in terms of what matters here. Literally, is a personality. What? Go ahead.
Did we just argue? Wait, we just got done arguing for guys that your personality is half the substance.
Hold on, Tom.
Okay, so there are aesthetics that you're supposed to fit. So she's obviously fitting an aesthetic. At the beginning, she's like a girl who was very a good Christian church girl, but she's kind of leaving the church. And again, it's showing this change over time. But if you are watching Batman and it's supposed to be a bad guy, they look like a fucking bad guy.
Yeah,
I just
like a little innocent girl. They look like a fucking bad guy with a goatee and everything.
Villain now. She looks like a person who can't go to church. She looks like because I see what you're saying. I know
That's
exactly.
how
Hold on, guys, don't have to explain this to me because I know exactly what you're saying, right? You guys aren't saying anything brilliant. Yes, we have archetypes that we try to fit people into, right? When casting directors go out there, they look for people who have a certain look, right? And they tend to want people who are not overly not even overly attractive, right? They're attractive, but like there is just some sort of wide-eyed innocence about them. I get what you're saying. I'm saying that that's silly, right? It doesn't actually negate. We train audiences to expect these things. So that's why you're reacting this way. But
exactly.
Wait, you don't think audiences? You don't think audiences react negatively to the opposite?
Hold on. The same woman, right? If she had started off looking the way that she, I mean, and again, I think what you guys are saying, like, I don't even believe all the plastic surgery you're talking about, right? But let's say that she did look a bit different. She could still play that role, right? Her acting, right? Like letting you know like how she's feeling, her inner feelings of either naivete, right, of innocence, of all that stuff. All that could still happen. Right? We don't actually need a person to fit into these molds, right? So that they're easy for you to identify. I'm saying all that's bullshit. You can have that, and you have had that in the past.
I reject that.
It's bullshit to you. It's bullshit to you. For the masses, though, they've come to expect a certain thing.
Because they trained you like sheep. Yes, agree.
Well, I mean, yes, but
wait.
They're not untrained sheep. So my point stands that like right now these people need it, so the sheep need it.
I reject that premise actually, because that's not what's happening. I actually reject Tom Foolery's analysis of her character as well. So he's accurate at the first part where she's a wholesome character going into the big city. There is going to be, and she's like seeing the behind the scenes. There is some corruption, but then a major part of her character is the rejection of that and going back to her roots, right? Okay, well maybe you said that I missed it, but here's my problem with y'all. But what your Prime's analysis. What's the problem with that is a plastic surgery culture. And someone that looks like they have indulged in a plastic surgery culture is the type of person that doesn't represent the returning to the roots, not doing that. So whenever you have this person, look, I know she might be the world's greatest actress, but if you're that would be like a skinny white guy playing Fat Albert. That you wouldn't go, well, maybe his personality is like Fat Albert. No. Yeah, absolutely not. Because it's the same thing. You have to have certain stereotypes that fit a certain role. You have to look that way to play certain
Darth Vader has to look the way Darth Vader looks, or you don't have Darth Vader.
Mention what Ali was saying previously, that like hot people, they have nothing in their heads. They're boring individuals, right? This actually makes our society worse. We expect this of people. Hey, this guy Aiko wears glasses, so he must be smart. He actually is, but that doesn't help my argument right here. But I wouldn't seeing that Aiko has poor eyesight. The one clue me in that he's intelligent, right? I see Tom, right? He's got poor eyesight, but I expect nothing better from him. It doesn't. These things don't matter. What?
Okay, I just wanted to add, like, it's ridiculous that we're having this conversation here when another very successful show, The Umbrella Academy, has Elliot Page, whose character literally changed genders because Page changed genders in between seasons, and so and people are still watching that show.
But the whole start of that show was that these were weird outcasted people, so it makes sense that the character does that. But with a show like The Boys, these are specifically picked. Specifically picked archetype characters. So when the audience has grown to expect a certain thing, especially out of like the naive, the simple character, and then they switch it up. That's why this is a problem. I mean, I don't. The people are complaining about this.
Even if you think she's going back to her roots and she's not being corrupted, which I think is probably true, she's still less naive than she was before, right?
Yeah, but now she looks more
like there was talk
corrupted.
about this after Star Wars, right?
She's supposed to be
Luke
hot.
Skywalker looks very different in the second film because Mark Hamill had a car accident, and it worked out great for Star Wars because he's more grizzled. He looks like he has more experience. He's not the naive like farm boy, moisture farm boy that he was in the first movie, and it worked out. He's not the same character in the second movie that he is in the first.
So a couple of things. One, that's part of what we're saying is that like if you build it into the show, then it makes sense. So I was saying like the fact that she's struggling with like whether or not she's being corrupted or whether or not she's going back to her roots, that like I expect over time she will be more and more corrupted, and so it could totally fit into the show. But with what Prime's saying about like whether or not they
didn't do that
archetypes, that hold on, just whether or not they fit the archetypes, this show is about them fitting the archetypes. The guy who is the knight in shining armor, like big superhero, square jaw, very good looking, brushed back hair all the time, always like ready to show and ready to show out, like that. All of these people are meant to fit stereotypes and archetypes.
Yeah, they're doing stereotype comic characters
and not live up to those stereotypes.
Guys look like good guys. Yes,
well, in personality,
the nuance of the show is that they are fitting an archetype, but there is nuance to it outside of that, and that's part of what I'm saying is that if they build this into the show where it's part of her character development, then it makes sense.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to move past this. I want something that everyone can be a part of, right? And Lactoid's out there staring off in space, and we can't have that.
I got no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Never watched The Boys?
No,
you can watch The Boys while you're at the gym. You can be on the treadmill.
I think I saw a couple scenes.
Oh, interesting.
It's good. It's good. You should check it out. But anyway, I didn't mean to put us on this hard tangent. I just wanted to say, like, watch House of the Dragon and The Boys.
I meant to.
Okay, thank you, Tom. But thanks, Tom. Let's go. Corey, you want to put us on a...
well, this might only matter to me, and I guess my nerdiness, but well, maybe to rope in Lactoid and maybe consult his legal expertise if it's still accessible in his brain given his current blood alcohol level.
I've heard my name and now I'm attentive. What do you want from me?
Okay,
he gets better at doing law with the more alcohol he consumes.
It's like beer pong. Exactly. Thank you. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah, I'm curious how the law is going to tackle. Maybe the law is already tackled. So. There's emerging technology, okay, gene editing, for example, okay, but we are soon, probably sooner rather than later, going to get to the point of like we can pretty much implement treatments to a developing fetus, as in like do gene editing to a fetus in the womb. So does that require like basically how much consent do you need? Do you just need the mother's consent? What if there's a conflict in terms of like, well, the mother wants, let's say, this type of treatment or this type of gene editing, but the father wants something else. Or I'll post a story. There's a reason why I'm talking about this, because there's a story came out recently about there's an emerging treatment for spina bifida, okay? And they can intervene in the womb, in the developing fetus, okay? And so like, how much consent do you need there in terms of like, well, do both the parents need to consent or like just the mother? And how does that extrapolate in terms of, gene editing, if we can actually intervene in the womb?
Hold that thought.
They should do it.
I caught looking like Grizzly Adams in that photo.
Holy shit. Is that Ico?
Yeah, iCow. Papa iCow right there. Daddy iCow.
I'll just say that's a few years old, but let's move on. Anyway.
That's fine.
What photo? Okay.
Ico looked, damn. That's what's up.
I don't know how that image changed.
Impressive.
I'll be back in a minute.
Lactoid, did you want to take this first?
Well, I was going to say I think people should do it. This actually reminds me of there's treatment to cure deafness, right? And
some of deafness.
Yeah, and a woman that I used to know, I guess. I haven't stopped knowing her. She's still alive, but I used to talk to her, but I don't talk to her anymore. She's deaf, and she was very big into like the whole deaf culture kind of thing, and a lot of deaf people are. And her position is that these treatments to cure deafness are genocide against deaf people. This is deaf genocide, and it was unironic. And this is not. Yeah, you can look this up, right? Like this idea of like it is a cultural group with its own language, right? American Sign Language, and this is a genocide attempt by the American Medical Association to end deaf culture. And she got a little bit fanatical, right? She insisted that everybody, like, she would only talk to us if we learned sign language, and she wanted to charge us to learn it. And I it kind of fell for the wayside. I didn't really continue that friendship following that. But I almost, it goes back to, I guess, in this case with the spina bifida, or really any other kind of like disability diagnosis or treatment. I think that a line needs to be drawn here where I don't see it as a violation. I don't see it as a genocide. I see it as you are preventing this child from living a half-life. You're preventing this child from having the ability that they could have easily. And in the same way that I think you have an obligation to your child to prevent them from having a disability, if you can stop them from having a disability, right? Put helmets in your kids, put seatbelts in your kids. Don't expose your children to heavy metals. You should, if you can cure your child of spina bifida in the womb, you should do so. And if you don't do so, it gets kind of tricky. I think it might start bordering on neglect at some point.
So I understand that point, but that's not really what, that's also an interesting question. But I'm more, at least I'm personally interested in, let's say, okay, that gene editing technology is whatever, in the pipeline, it's here. Can the mother on her own, they have the developing fetus, can they just go and edit the fetus without the father's consent? Is that permissible for you?
Do they have claims
yeah.
If it's in the child's best interest, yes.
What if it's not? They just want to change the skin
blue
color.
Blue eyes, yeah.
Is it in the child's best interest? What's the point of changing the child's skin color at that point? It will
be better. It's always going to be better life argument, right? It's blue eyes equals better, cuter baby, pretty privilege, blah 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 blah.
Sure.
Don't blush too much.
Us blue-eyed people
from 11 to 6'2", for the much better life.
I want to crash on you.
Buying a motorcycle, that kind of genes. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I want to crash on Corey a little bit here because I do find the conversation a little interesting. The problem is that I've been waiting for us to have this conversation, but we're about 20 years ahead because we have to reboot the eugenics conversation again. Because this is literally where it goes, and I'm glad that Lactoid brought it up, is that can we actively select genes and say, we want these genes, yes, and we don't want these genes, no. And right now, because of the Nazis, we have openly said we're not even going to entertain the conversation. The technology is already here. We've had it for 15 years. Particularly since CRISPR came, or is it CRISPR? CRISPR, whatever the fuck it is.
CRISPR.
Like that. As far as I'm aware,
CRISPR's not there yet, though.
Okay, well, as far as I'm aware, and I am not a medical expert. Take this with a crate of salt, if you will. Is that we at least theoretically know that this technology is viable, but we are not investing in it at all, and even researching it to a large degree because everyone's scared of playing God. Yeah, I want to have this conversation. I desperately do because I think it's unethical not to.
We're still afraid of stem cells, right?
Right.
And there's another issue because so there is also developing an external womb. Okay.
Let's go.
And there's some interesting articles, but there's some understandable for some people, some clear ethical challenges in actually developing it. So. Interestingly enough, one would think that, the pro-life movement would want these, artificial wombs to carry all, potential fetuses to viability. But there's a real clear hurdle, at least in the United States, because from what I understand, legally, you cannot experiment with embryos past 14 days. Okay, so how do you test your artificial womb past 14 days if you can't do any of the testing past that point?
Make an exception.
Now they're resigned to using lambs and pigs, etc., etc. But at some point, they want to scale up to humans to actually make it viable. But there is a clear limit, from what I understand, that you can't do any more testing past the 14-day limit. But then, what do you do when you want to develop this technology? There's also, at least for me, interesting questions there.
As someone who generally leans at least somewhat pro-life, yeah, I'm 100% behind developing this technology. This would be great.
No, well, I mean, okay. So with the artificial wombs, the issue is going to be if I go have a baby with someone in this artificial womb. Well, it's a surrogacy issue all over again. If I have a baby with a surrogate has the baby, but then she grows an attachment to the baby. They're gonna keep the baby. You don't get to strip the baby away from the mother, regardless of the contract that you had signed over. It becomes a whole mess. And that's going to be a thing with the artificial wombs too, right? Is that one, it's only going to be rich people that are even going to be able to afford the gene editing. But two, probably, realistically think about it right now, only rich people can afford proper treatments for their kids. It's going to be the Elysium effect, right? Where the people working on Earth are just going to have to deal with cancer, but the people in Elysium are going to wake up every day, get in their little machine, it's going to regenerate, and all their cells are going to be beautiful the next day. With the artificial wombs, I do really think it's going to be a like ownership, I guess, because you didn't conceive the baby. You gave your cells over to these people. They made the baby. They own the wombs that are making your baby's life. You know, how, I don't know how you're going to claim, is it ownership, Lactoid? What am I looking for here? Like paternalship? What is it?
It would be paternity.
So like, you don't have paternity. You don't have paternity claims realistically if the government or the hospitals are growing your babies. Well, unless you have the womb at home.
The real problem here is that like there's a mismatch on the actual motivations for like termination of pregnancy and getting and pregnancy as opposed to like the motivations that women will say, right? So I think that developing artificial wombs is going to be a really big for the whole pro-life, pro-choice debate, because the current mantra, the pro-choice side, is about bodily autonomy, right? And if you develop artificial wombs, you have now removed it from the realm of bodily autonomy. But bodily autonomy.
I don't think you have.
Well, hold on. I think if you can remove the fetus instantly.
How do you remove it without violating bodily autonomy?
Well,
you would have the fetus it would require outside of conception. You make it.
It would also
use
require
a teleporter. Okay.
Well, no, it would require the same amount of intervention that an abortion would, right? You'd be going in there with something and pulling it out.
Yeah, but
well, you would do it outside.
You typically, from understand, I'm not. You typically get consent before doing an abortion. What if the woman just?
I understand, but what I'm saying is that like. So the argument of bodily autonomy here is that like I should be able to choose whether or not I'm pregnant because this is my body, my choice. And an abortion is a surgical procedure in which like you go inside the body and blend up the fetus and then liquefy it out. Now, if you develop effective enough tools to remove the fetus, as well as effective enough tools to keep the fetus alive in some kind of artificial womb, where it's the same level of intervention as an abortion would be. The problem that you run into is you begin losing the strength of the bodily autonomy argument because you can remove the fetus from the body very easily, as easily as an abortion, right? The bodily autonomy is like roughly equivalently violated because it's the similar procedure. But bodily autonomy is actually not the reason why women get abortions. They don't give a fuck. There's exit polls done by the Guttmacher Institute that go into this. And the reason why women get abortions is because they don't want to be parents. That's like obviously the reason. They are concerned about their careers and they're concerned about their education,
their life,
security issue.
They don't want to have a child. And so I'm interested to see if we develop these kind of external wombs. I think the pro-life, pro-choice discussion is going to completely shift because pro-choice women are not going to tolerate this because they don't actually care about the bodily autonomy argument. They're going to switch positions and they're going to say, no, well, actually, it was never about bodily autonomy. It was about I shouldn't be made to take care of a baby. That's going to be the next step.
Wait, hold up.
But you're not. Every woman has the right to abandon their child immediately after birth. They can drop it off at any hospital or fire station. That's a law now. So I would say that if they put your fetus in some sort of artificial womb, you don't have to become a parent. It can immediately go and be adopted at that stage. Like that's current law. I don't see how it would change if this technology arrives.
I think a lot of women who get abortions, the idea of like their progeny being out there bothers them a lot.
Yeah, and there's reason. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Gibbs and Ali. But like that makes sense, right? Because a lot of guys, like for me, like I wouldn't go to a sperm bank, right? Like I've got a lot to give, right? But I had a lot of money to be made there. But like I wouldn't go to a sperm bank because I don't like the idea that possibly I could have kids out there and I'm not involved in their lives. That would actually kill me. If something like that happened, right? Like that.
Well, that's why they don't let you know, and that's why you have no contact, right? You have no
I know, but like, once you get once I put it out there,
you don't know.
There's always a possibility, right?
Yeah.
So in any case, I think your relate to it. I think your argument, I think would, or at least how your projected future argument of those women, right? The pro-choice side, I think is correct, but I think that would only really count later on in the pregnancy, right? Like when the baby is forming, but like for whatever reason they decide they want to get rid of it. then I think some people would make a similar argument. But I think at the very start, right, where it's just like a few cells, they're like, yeah, I don't want to go through this, and I don't want like this is
what if they can get it
to the child?
What if they can get it into an artificial womb like right away though?
Wait, real quick. I don't think that with artificial wombs, I think it works the same way. Like if you get a surrogate, I don't think they have the baby in the womb and pull it out. I think they combine it outside of the womb and then they plant it in. So like that's what I was trying to get in. I don't think your argument would stand like to it, because when you're having these artificial wombs, I think the idea is going to be that they just take the sperm and then they take the egg, they combine and insert. But I don't know.
It will not just be for IVF. It will also be for abortion.
Let me just provide more insight. Like, this technology is being developed, from what I understand, but I read quite a few like articles in the research. Like, it's largely being developed so far with the intention of being able to pretty much increase viability. As of now, it's 22 weeks, but they want to be able to artificial for the 18 weeks. Sometimes at some point, probably Ali, you're right.
Oh, so it is extraction and addition?
We are going to get to the point somewhere down the line of in vitro, but it's being developed with the intention so far of increasing viability, pushing it down to 17, 16 weeks or whatever.
That could be like pre-adoption though, right? Couldn't it? If you don't, if you're gonna go get an abortion, they just save it and just have it pre-adopted, right? You have little, you save that, you take the baby, you put ads up. This is a baby that will be done in 4 weeks. This is a baby who will be done in 10 weeks, and then you can what?
Ali, here's the problem though, right? Like right now, I think estimates, it was 1 out of 3, but right now the estimate is about 1 in 4 women will have an abortion in their lifetime. It was just a couple of years ago 1 in 3. So every third woman that you see has had an abortion, or will have an abortion in their lifetime. What this means though is that right now there's difficulty finding people for adoption. If we're able to transplant every fetus into an artificial womb and thus remove all abortion, that adoption list is going to be off the fucking charts. We're going to have a line as long as you can imagine, and we're going to have to really think about where are we going to house all these thousands and thousands and thousands and millions of orphans.
Isn't adoption the same fucking bullshit with immigration, where it's damn near impossible to just get a kid? And then because the foster parents make so much money off of X amount of kids having in homes and so on and so forth. So I mean realistically, I don't think we have a problem with lack of parents who want to become lack of people who want to become parents or adopt. I think we have an issue with paperwork and trying to even get people who get them through the.
It's both. Yeah, we absolutely don't have enough people who want to adopt. Most people want to have their own babies. They're their own parents. They want to do it themselves. And then they look at adoption as a lesser option, and they just don't want to take it.
What are the adoption rates from outside of the country versus within the country?
No, I hear you, but that's where the regulation comes in that you were talking about. No, so that's what I'm saying. It's both, right? There are some red tape. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that we should get rid of that red tape, because a lot of that's there for a good reason, right? We have to protect children. And there's a lot of abuse and craziness that happens with international adoptions. It's insane, right? So I think there's two things, right? But yeah, I think just in terms of so that's why I make the sperm argument, right? I think my argument and a woman, assuming these artificial wombs were a thing, and they basically increase viability, right? They allow for a transplant of the embryo or whatever the stage is, right, into the artificial womb later on. The that moment, I think the argument is the same as mine with the sperm bank. I don't want to have this child out, especially knowing that child could be I don't know. I guess I won't go into detail, but there is a mental cost to that, and people don't want to deal with that. And I think that's fair if they don't want to deal with that. But Gibbs, you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I want to come back to something that Tiberius and Sociologic kind of brought up, which is the eugenics and the Elysium conversation that goes hand in hand with this. I think I think that also Lacto had brought up an interesting point about, I think the pro-choice movement's going to change. I think he's right about that. I think you agreed with that. But back to the Elysium and the eugenics kind of combo, I'm a little interested in this. I don't see a problem with this actually, like on a service level, even if it is the rich people at first getting like the straight benefit of this. And I mean, we already do this with like animals, right? Like maybe not like to the point where we're like genetically. I mean, they might be. I guess that's what GMOs are. I don't know. I'm not a biologist. I don't know, but I know
it's in the mail. I'm sure.
Right. Yeah. Let me get right on that one. But like I do know at least we do selective breeding, right? Like we only have for like a ranch of several thousand cows. We got fucking 5 breeding bulls. All the males after that, snip, motherfucker.
Okay.
You know, we're gonna make sure we only have the best of the best of the best. And then like every once in a while we'll like breed 2 specific together, make sure we have the most beast baby. That's gonna be the next breeding bull, like kind of thing, right? Like and they have the lineages, and so we already do this. And I think they do it with dogs. I mean, there's pedigrees and shit. I mean, like, there's already this like genetic tampering aspect with stuff that we're already doing. We're already doing eugenics with animals. So like, I guess the idea that eugenics is so bad, like think of all the diseases that are like genetic, right? That would be cured by this. Why wouldn't you want to do a subway for your baby? Be like, all right, my wife's got brown eyes, I got blue eyes. Blue eyes are better because we're sexier. So we're gonna go blue eyes on that one. Oh, okay, he's got red hair. Let's go red hair because goddamn, he was a sexy bastard.
He's got like, black skin. It's easier being white. Fuck it.
Whatever. I mean, like, oh well,
that's what it ends up becoming, right?
Well, that's not true. People have preferences. Like, oh, we want a caramel colored baby. We're getting caramel. Like, I mean, like but you would only be able to have the genetics of the person you had like with. I don't think you'd be able to. Just,
wait. To Corey's point. To Corey's point. What if your wife cheats on you? Your wife cheats on you. She gets pregnant. She finds out that the baby's going to be maybe a little different colored than the original. Just hits it with the little CRISPR.
How would you feel about your girlfriend, who's potentially pregnant with your child, and she goes and just edits the baby on her own?
CRISPRs the baby up. Doesn't look like you.
Well, if we find out it's not my baby, then I guess
she's like Gibbs's luscious red hair. I don't like it. I don't want that for my baby. I want a blonde.
2-party input on that one. Yeah,
that's the crux of the question in terms of the consent. Why
wouldn't they? If I go to a Coke machine, I put $1 in. It's not her Coke. Like, I mean, what do you mean? Like, it's the same thing.
What if you want an abortion and she doesn't, buddy?
I don't know if that analogy really works out at all.
No, I think Waxwood has a point. It's not about the parents getting to like pick their designer baby, whether it's one of them or 2 of them. It's about what's in the best interest of the child. And so when it comes to diseases and things like that, I think once we get to a point where it's reliable enough, and I know we'll get big objections like from the anti-vaccine crowd, for instance, but I think at some point it will be considered, the government's going to consider it irresponsible not to do certain edits, right? If you know that a child is going to have Down syndrome. By the way, that Down syndrome culture is a lot like that blind culture that you're talking about. Or deaf. Yeah. There are a lot of people that say editing out like Down syndrome genes is like discrimination against that community. So they call it a genocide too. So these are problems that we're going to have, is that the government is going to decide that there are certain diseases that need to be just sickle cell anemia. You can just snip it out, of the genes. Like, why wouldn't you do that? But that's different than, say, eye color or skin, or even like things like intelligence, which can get scary. I don't know if anybody has seen this movie called Gattaca. It was like from the 90s, amazing
Ethan
movie.
Hawke, Uma Thurman.
Yeah, and the consequence there was that you had government-approved discrimination against anybody who didn't have gene editing. Like, the main character of the movie wants to be an astronaut, but he can't because you have to have certain perfect genes that are designed in order to be an astronaut. And he ends up like having to pretend that he has those qualities, and that's the whole plot of the movie, is how he does it. But the point is, you can end up being in the Elysium movie is also a really good analogy, because I think you end up getting 2 groups of people. You get people whose families could afford the editing process, and then you get everybody else. And then you start to get privileges that accumulate for the one group over the other group. It's not a new problem. It's expressing itself in a new way, right? But this sort of 2-tiered way of living is something that we've always had, right? You've always had a big difference between people at the top and people at the bottom. Or in terms of race, you have the race that's considered, the in group, and the races that are considered the out group. It's been the same with gender. It's been the same with a lot of things. But this is just another way in which we can otherize people and start to even oppress them if it goes too far.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
So a couple things. This might be a little bit controversial, but I think you're right that the interests of the child should be first and foremost here, not about the preferences of the parents. So in the same way that the mother could go and get like the cystic fibrosis gene removed or whatever, I think the father, if he finds out that this child has like the cystic fibrosis gene, he should be able to compel, I think, the mother to get that operation done to remove that cystic fibrosis gene, because again,
I agree.
It's about the well-being of the child, not about whether or not whatever preferences the parents have. Now, obviously, this is going to take some time because I think there's a healthy level of skepticism that we should apply to government-mandated medical procedures.
The technology needs to be proven,
and the technology needs to be proven. And
Tom, we can hear your messages.
Until it gets to that time, I'm going to be particularly skeptical of anything like that. But to make it controversial, though, this has been a debate that I've actually had multiple times, and I'll stand by what I have to say. Aiko, you were talking about in the same vein of like what's in the best interest of the child, and like the sort of like for lack of a better term, these ubermensch that have like advantages over the peasantry, the people who don't have these advantages. I think honestly, there's little things that you can do that give children dramatic advantages over other children. That we just sort
of working out. Got to go to the gym.
Well, like working out, but I was going to say like breastfeeding. And this is something that I've seen. There's sort of been this weird cultural shift where a lot of women think it's okay to not breastfeed. But the reality is the CDC and the WHO consistently recommend breastfeeding because it's better than formula. And it's consistently been better than formula. And the vast majority of women who think they can't breastfeed are wrong. The studies demonstrate that perceived milk in supply is much more prevalent than actual milk in supply. Only about 5% of women can't breastfeed.
But again, that's a privilege issue too. Rich people breastfeed at much higher rates than poor people do, because they're more likely to be stay-at-home moms. They're not going to have to go like work 2 jobs and come home and do that stuff. We have to do something structurally. If we want more people to breastfeed, we have to do something structurally to make it less of a burden.
Hold on, but would you provide pumps for them?
Bro, I don't think the problem is these people not being able to afford a $28 pump. Okay, if that's the problem, if that's really the problem, where like they're gonna have to forgo 3 packs of Marlboros in exchange for the fucking pump.
No.
Sure,
Okay, I'm going to ignore the Marlboro comment. But yeah, some people have problems, right? Like baby supplies in general, right? They add up. That's a lot of money to have a baby, and it's just another thing for them.
It's cheaper to buy a pump than it is to buy formula every week.
You also have to eat better if you're going to breastfeed.
Some people can't pump.
Your body needs to be
brother.
There's a very small percentage of women. I understand that this is a perception problem. And I can link you evidence on this. I had my mind changed on this too. A very small percentage of women actually can't produce breast milk. What it is, the vast majority of women who say they can't produce breast milk, it is literally they've been brainwashed into thinking they can't produce breast milk. I'm right on this. The reality is that when women say this, most of the time is because some other fucking woman has told them that they can't, or somebody has told them that they can't, and then they believe that they can't. But the reality is, like in like actual studies in which like they try to like find out like what's the actual rate of milk in supply, it's only about 5%. It's only about 5% of women actually. And I'm not saying getting rid of formula completely, because obviously those 5% of women need to feed their children, and they can't produce milk, but the vast majority of women can, and the vast majority of women don't. And I think that a lot of women are willing.
So you want a tax on formula?
Well, I mean, I think formula is already taxed. It's already formula sort of already exists as a tax because women have to buy it, as opposed to breastfeeding, which is I think lower cost.
Right, but I mean, if the tax is higher, then the
we tax formula.
I don't know if we do or don't.
I figured it would be like produce. Honestly,
it might be like produce. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I do think there's a lot of women who sort of and this is where it gets controversial. I think there's a lot of women who. They don't. Yeah, produce is not taxed. I don't think. At least not where I'm at. I don't think in most.
Not like fruits, vegetables, meat. But
hold on a second. I'm still paying $8.25. We got sales tax here. I mean, I'm paying on that every time.
But anyway,
I just want to finish my point. So, I think a lot of women will sort of gravitate towards the idea that they can't, because the reality is it's a little bit more inconvenient for them to do it. And we already know that inconvenience is a major motivating factor for a lot of things involving parental responsibilities, right? I mean, going back to the Guttmacher Institute when it comes to abortion, right? What's the number one reason? The level of inconvenience when it applies to career and when it applies to education. It would make sense that women are also going to be sort of keen on minimizing their inconveniences when it comes to breastfeeding as well, even though every major health organization, every hospital, every medical scientist worth their
they
pay,
all say the same thing.
They all say the same fucking thing. Breast milk is best. You should breastfeed your children.
I think it's pronounced. I'm going to be that guy. Guttmacher.
Sure. I haven't heard anybody say it. I just read it. Sure.
Yeah.
Blackjoy's been drinking.
I don't know how it's pronounced. It's good.
No. I just helped him out. Yeah, Guttmacher. Yeah, that's it.
Guttmacher. How about that? Does that work?
Look, you're the one who's European, right? Half of you should be insulted
Canadian.
by your own, and the other half is Canadian, right? Yeah, the half of you should be insulted by your own mistake there. But Corey,
yeah, I'm curious about what you said, Aiko. So, like, because you brought up early before, and I agree overall with the guiding principle of like, in the interest of the child. Okay, this is where gene editing technology will probably at first come into play. But I'm curious, as in, and you might be right in terms of it might get to the point of like the government now like mandates, as in like, so like you're comfortable of like if we get to the place, okay, of like at let's say day 10, okay, and whatever through genetic screening, the woman finds out that their developing child has the cystic fibrosis gene. And you're okay with the government mandate. Well, it's now compulsory for you to undergo the gene editing procedure, even if you want to.
Yeah, although I'm a little fuzzy. Maybe you know more than I do about at what stage you can do the gene editing, right? Like, presumably you do the earlier you do it, the more likely it is that it will become the dominant whatever organization of the gene. But yeah, I would say if you're at a point where you can intervene and you can take that trait out, then I would recommend making it mandatory.
Here's the question I have with that. Can I ask you a question? Because y'all are going to be more experts on this than I am.
Before you do that, Corey, let's let Corey finish up his thoughts.
I'm also curious. Then how, like, so are you mostly in line with like, well, as long as it's for a whatever official classified disease and condition, the gene intervention, and then how open are you, as in like you're potentially okay with like a free for all, also like whatever the blue eyes, change skin color.
I'm skeptical of that stuff because of all the stuff I told you before about how I think it might lead to kind of discrimination. Reminds me of that Dr. Seuss story about people with a star on their belly versus the people who don't have them, right? And then once it becomes discovered that you can like get a star put on your belly, then everyone got a star put on their belly, and then everyone was equal and nobody could stand that. So then they had to get a technology that took the star off their belly and made that the top group or whatever. Like, that's the kind of race that we'll start to see if you can design babies like all to look like Swedish models, like Lactoid. But I think that would be going a step too far. But also, I think the real conundrum would be the fuzzy line between at what point,
right?
Like, cystic fibrosis, cystic fibrosis you might mandate, but would you mandate changing a gene that makes you maybe dyslexic, right?
What about slight physical defects?
That's not
my ring fingers are shorter.
Dyslexia is something everybody. I live with dyslexia, right? I have it,
or like alopecia or something to that effect.
Or like
yeah.
I have a little defect.
What's
you stop
severe enough to be mandated, and what is it?
Or like albinism. Okay, so on the skin color aspect, like should that be correctable? Like, and then whose consent do you need? Do you need both parties' consent or just the mother?
Well, so hold on. With the albinism, that kind of comes back to my question, right? So with albinism, there's like other negative aspects that other than just the skin color. There's like you have higher rates of like they die younger. I don't know all the specifics, but I know they have like health issues related to their albinism, right? So if you could fix everything but the albinism, would you, right? But here's my issue. This comes kind of back to kind of what y'all been hitting around. is I don't know if you've ever read the Forever War, but in the novel, basically they're excited when a group comes back that's from the past because it brings back more genetics like back into the gene pool because they edited out stuff that they thought was like, oh, like this is going to cause cancer. Well, it does cause cancer. But it also mandates these other things that we didn't know about in the gene pool, whatever. And I think we're still pretty early in this. And I guess how concerned are you that we're going to start editing stuff, thinking, oh, this is getting rid of XYZ, not knowing that it's also doing, whatever. And now we have like the bigger concern to me is, I guess, not just the rich having the gene editing, but if it becomes so widespread and cheap that it's like Whataburger or McDonald's. Oh, I go ahead and gene edit my baby. And now we've gene edited out stuff that we didn't really understand, right? Like, like used to they thought the appendix didn't have anything to do. Now we know it. Now we have pretty sure it holds gut bacteria, right? Like how likely do y'all think that's a scenario?
I have concerns about that as well. The unintended consequence. Go ahead, Ty. Sorry.
No, you're okay. I'd like you to finish and then I'll go.
Oh no, I pretty much the unintended consequences is a valid concern that I also have.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of sci-fi and I've seen a lot of theoretical arguments in the possibilities of this, and the problem is we really don't know. It could be one of those things that's really gatekept by like every kid is $10,000 to gene edit. It might be something where it gets down to literally $1,000 and every parent does it because why the fuck wouldn't you? Like if you're gonna like go through the effort of having a kid, like this is literally the step one. So let's pretend for a moment that we want to entertain both ideas, right? Let's say that it is just for a very limited group of people. Elysium is the most likely outcome, and that's something we need to be very concerned about. I don't disagree with that. When it comes to the other, you get the eugenics wars is actually a very high possibility as well, where you have just everyone trying to hold on just a second. Okay, sorry, he's pissing me off.
I can hear it. We can read your lips on that one, but go ahead. Fine.
My dogs are a pain in the ass. Anyway, just to finish this up real quick, the scary idea about everyone being able to do it is, do we disagree on what the genes are needed to have to be like part of the in crew? And at that point, all hell breaks loose. Is there a way where we find a newer level of acceptance possible? But both of them are terrifying. I'm not going to act like neither of them are.
I don't know. I think we can predict at least like how it's going to be treated for people with money and people without. Right now, for all of the people that are pro-life and such, how expensive is it to do like IVF? Right, the treatment's like $30,000, $35,000, $25,000, and it's like it doesn't always work the first time, second time, third time, right? So it is kind of we already do have like something similar, not to like eugenics specifically, but if you can't have babies, you can go out of your way to try to have them. But the process of that is already expensive. So it doesn't make sense that all of a sudden this one medical treatment becomes insanely cheap for everyone. It's probably going to remain expensive as every other medical treatment typically is.
Okay, so looks like we're gonna have an extra person join in. Tom knows them. And,
is it an incel?
No, it's a woman.
No, there were a bunch
is it a eugenicist?
So I need you all to like be chill.
Who were upset there was no women here for the
okay,
topic.
And so
I said, who wants to do it then?
I'm gonna address multiple things here.
Tom just wanted us to know there's a bunch of women in his chat.
Yeah, right. Good work on spotting that.
They're all begging for a girl on here.
Yeah, we got a bunch of models. I know a bunch of models. Like, not a big deal. Not a big deal. They're on my chat.
They're literally asking for it.
But two things, right? First, I'm going to go back because I got to be petty and because this pisses me off. I go back to the Erin Moriarty conversation. She was an actress from The Boys, right? I looked at Corey. Corey's amazing and love him, right? I looked at his article that he sent. And if you looked at that, right? So where that whole thing started off, right, with the plastic surgery thing, that was Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly, in a segment, she talks about
the rumor.
Yeah, how she's obviously gotten plastic surgery. But if you look at the images, right, and I think it was Ali or maybe Gibbs, I forget, one of you, we're talking about like these images that look so different, right? Exactly. Yeah, the first image that Kelly showed in that sequence was her, the actress from 10 years ago when she was 20. She's turning 30 now, right? So that was 10 years ago. And then it was exactly what I said. In the second photo, she's wearing a shit ton of contouring, right?
Because she was getting ready for
fucking makeup, right? Yeah, men don't know anything about makeup. They're like, oh, look, there's all this plastic surgery. It's literally just fucking contouring. That's what they do all the time. So like it was bullshit the entire time. Like what I said. So I don't know, man. But I also agree with what Ike was implying there for that. Like I'm sure at some point she got something done because like it's Hollywood and they all do something, right? But I don't think that it's not what was implied. To be very clear. Right, and I don't think she's like changed between seasons or anything like that.
That's egregious is the word you're looking for. Egregious.
Yeah, egregious. Yeah, nothing else than egregious. Yeah, I'm sure like they all do something
different.
Right? Yeah. But anyway,
how dare she age?
Yeah, exactly.
From 20 to 30.
To be fair, I think it's just a nose job and a lot of cocaine. That's what I think. But I don't know.
The nose, maybe there might be a little. Yeah, that might be. Maybe that might be it.
Yeah, then she lost a lot of weight. What do you do when you're famous and rich? You cocaine and you get skinny. I mean,
I have made no claims as to the drug use there. My lawyer Lactoid will back.
Definitely no misinformation on this panel.
That's what happened to Gibbs. That's what happened to Gibbs. He started doing cocaine and now he's super skinny. Yeah.
Hey, well, never mind. We're not going to say what I was about to say.
So the other thing that I wanted to address is what Tom was saying, or at least his chat was saying. So hello, Tom's chat, right? Yeah. So we don't have a woman in rotation for the Reverie currently, right?
Doesn't sound the greatest, but okay.
That's
does that sound bad? Okay, whatever. We don't have a woman part of the Reverie right now. However you want to phrase that.
No, it doesn't.
We're always looking for new individuals, so we'd love to have them. However, my thinking on all this has changed. When I first started, I made a huge effort to try to always only be talking about things when we had people included from those communities. But like that's not really manageable. Especially with my side, the size of my platform, right? There's a lot of conversations that then we just can't have, and we don't actually apply this role evenly. So we're talking about like the Israel-Palestine conflict here. Well, as far as I know, no one here is Israeli and no one here is Palestinian, but we could talk about that, right? We talk about like all kinds of we talk about religions that no one here practices. We do it all the time. And no one seems to have a problem with that, especially if it's a small group, right? Then I guess we don't really care about their representation. So like it is what it is. At some points in time, we can have people, and it's better. Like I would rather, to be clear, have people part of those groups who can like give us insight, right? I've been praising my friend Ali previously because Ali has been helping us. He talks about his Muslim background and he adds a lot to the conversation. I'm glad that he's here to do that. But if someone's not part of those groups, we're still going to talk about it. That's just the way it is, right? If you want to join in,
but if you can get one, you'll take it.
If I can get one, I'm not going to turn you away, right? Yeah, my next sentence was like, DM me. And I'll have to talk to you offline, right? To vet you first. But we'd love to have you part of this conversation. So if you want to join, ladies out there, we'd love to have you.
Ladies in Tom's chat.
Ladies and Tom's. Oh, the hot ones. Yeah, the hot ones that he's got in his chat. Yeah, sure.
That's one and the same. All the ladies in the space are in Tom's chat.
All the ladies.
I'm pretty sure the woman who was on her way just changed her mind just now. She was like, okay, you know what? I don't think I'm.
She's like, I see why there isn't a woman on this panel.
Yeah, this is making sense now. Yeah.
All come together.
We're just going to stay in Tom's chat. That's where we feel included here.
Did she actually change her mind? I'm not sure.
No, I was kidding.
Okay, I was like, oh fuck.
Negative Riz. L-Riz.
But yeah, we're so a lady. I don't know her, but Tom knows her. So she's working.
Woman, get in the panel.
Woman. And if we could get her into did you tell her to go into the robot waiting room?
Yeah, I explained all of it to her. Yeah.
Okay, hopefully she, because she's in the streamer, but I'll just wait for her to do that first. But yeah, so we're gonna have a woman. So we were going to move on to our second topic, but I want to give her a chance to speak her mind on this. So we're just waiting.
Well,
did you ever read? Oh, go ahead, Corey.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess just to maybe confirm Lactoid's position of like, you think with the gene editing, like, should that also just be restricted to official diseases and conditions? That you're also not in favor of designer babies of like hair color, skin color?
See, it gets difficult because I think that like, if we're looking at the best interest of the child, if we get to the point where like everybody's like these superhumans anyway, which I think would be obviously priority numero uno, that like everybody has like again like a body fat percentage of 4%, and they're all ripped
and
as
IQ
fuck,
150, so they can pass your test.
Yeah, they got like an IQ test that's like super high. They got like a different heart, like a backup heart. It's crazy shit. Like at that point, like, if anybody can just change like their skin color, at that point, I don't even know if race is really immutable at that point, right? Like it's more of just like a flavor, right? It's just like a thing that like people can switch around. It doesn't really matter anymore. And so, I mean, if you could show me that it'd be like really in the best interests of the children, then perhaps. But otherwise, I mean, again, I'm generally opposed to medical intervention on children unless you can show that it is within the best interest of the children.
Well, that's so I don't like this might be unintentional, but like we might get to the place of like you can intervene at like whatever day 10. Like you're now a collection of cells. Like I'm assuming you recognize it, or maybe that's I don't think from what I understand that's not a child to you based off of your definition, and so you can hypothetically intervene there.
Well, I think you could intervene at any point, right? As long as again it's within the best interest of the child. I know that we have a new person who can introduce themselves, but I did want to make one more point before we move on from the eugenics conversation.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Let's. And so don't let me forget that. Right. Okay. So we have a new person here. Can you hear us, friend?
Hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Test. It sounds a little quiet, maybe.
Okay, hold on. Is that better? Oh,
much better. Yes, please. First of all, hello, hi, thanks for being here.
Hi, nice to meet you.
And what's your name?
Ghosty. It's 6HOSTII, or you can call me Jane. I was Jane Gypsy, but people were giving too much shit for the Gypsy thing, so changed my name.
Best to remind them.
All right. But thank you for joining us here. What would you like to add?
Well, I don't. Somebody was talking, right? So they can. Go.
Way to put her on the spot, Prime.
She added her presence, Prime. That was the whole point.
Once again, I'll do my usual thing of talking over women. Okay. But. Okay, well then, Lactoid, why don't you finish your point, and then go. Yeah, figure out what exactly you like to add to this.
Okay.
So one of my most controversial opinions, and I've said this before, I've gotten in a lot of debates about it. Has anybody here ever heard of a organization called Project Prevention?
I don't think so.
Heard of it? Okay. So it's an organization. They operate in California as well as the UK, and they pay drug addicts to get sterilized, specifically because the children of drug addicts are such like a drag on society. That is the explicit purpose of the organization. That these children are a drag on society, so we're going to pay that like their potential parents to get sterilized. That's the position of Project Prevention. And
it's a private
organization, it's a charity. They've done some estimates, I guess, on the overall cost of society from like one drug addicted child, and it's like over their lifetime, it's like $1 million or something ridiculous like that. Like, and I'm kind of all about it. I think it's a really good organization, the more I read into it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think this is a problem, or if it actually winds up being like a positive in terms of saving society money and resources, preventing crime, and, it's voluntary in the sense that people can choose to get sterilized or not? Like, what's wrong with this, and what would be the problem of expanding it to people who are maybe vulnerable to cystic fibrosis or other sorts of genetic illnesses that we might want to kind of like weed out of the population?
Let Ty go because he hasn't gone for a while. Then Corey.
Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I get the point and the argument on the face, but I find this absolutely disgusting. I can flip this on its head a little bit. Like, my general issue with our society writ large when it comes to these issues is that we will spend a fuck ton of money like trying to like make old people happy with like Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare and all this other shit, but we won't fucking shell out for children hardly at all, right? Like, we have a conversation about free school lunches being like a huge fucking issue, but you know, Medicare expansion, whatever, you know, we'll fucking do it in a weekend. Like, this actually is a great sign for me on a personal level that our society is kind of evil, or at least this is probably one of the biggest evils in our society, is that our priorities are fucked up. We will actively like extend the health care of people who are here, but we won't focus on actually bringing new life to continue the longevity of our society. We don't prioritize it. We don't really like put any kind of real effort behind it. It's disgusting to me. And the fact that we'll actually encourage the death of children, or if you will, fetuses or whatever, just shows where our priorities are. Like, we don't give a shit about
hold on. This prevents abortion, right? Because they're sterilizing them. Wouldn't this be more ethical than abortion if you're pro-life?
On a level, yes. I like, again, I get the general argument, but it just like, it's more than ick. I struggle to find the words for this because I don't word very well, actually. I have to think about what I say before I say it. But if like putting this like emotionally into words where I know like there's something fucking wrong here, is that on at least a basic level, like, we're just giving up the game. We're not even trying. We're just saying, fuck it, we're done. We'll literally cut it off here before we even try. Now, if it's that big of a problem, all right, fine. I get where some people are coming from, but I want to go the opposite direction.
Yeah, so I think that's... I mean, I think there's some truth to what our friend Ty just said. Oh, Corey, you want to go? Sorry.
I just maybe want to clarify if you're, because I don't know about this organization Lactoid. So, in principle, if it's truly voluntary, as written, I'm not like fully opposed. Although one of my primary concerns is like from how you described the program. It's like basically the people, the drug users can volunteer to get sterilized. I'm curious, like, do they undergo any like sobering up process or whatnot?
Yeah. So how it works is Project Prevention. They offer payment for many different kinds of birth control up to sterilization, and obviously they're going to offer the most money for sterilization. And it's a little bit of a process, obviously. And so like they got to fill out forms. They have to demonstrate that they're not like currently under the influence kind of situation, like any kind of current like consensual contract requires. Assuming that they are, they can sign the consensual contract with Project Prevention, and then Project Prevention sterilizes them at their own expense and also provides them a stipend. Again, given that it's voluntary, I think I don't see any downsides. I think it's a great organization.
If in fact it's truly voluntary by my definition, which based on what you outlined, I don't have any I still have some concerns, but like, yeah, it
prevents abortions. No. It saves costs. It
makes some money.
And also, if we expand it to like genetic illnesses, we could eliminate genetic illnesses voluntarily. It's perfect.
Well, okay. I'm gonna save my thoughts on genetic illness because I have feelings on that. But
you're just neutering stray cats.
This is completely I'm not sure if this is completely voluntary. Like, if
I agree.
People who are drug addicts and who are desperate enough to
it's like their only
qualify
choice
for this particular program in the first place, right? Like, is it truly consensual? Are these people in a good place? I'd be less opposed to it if the birth control options that we're offering were reversible, right? If we're talking about strictly reversible forms of that, then that makes a bit more sense, right? But if we were removing the ovaries from women, I'd have a fucking problem with that. A woman who is not in a good place at that point in time, and as though like being a drug addict, right, isn't like a permanent condition, right? Like, or at least, I mean, being in a desperate drug addict, you know what I mean, right? Because maybe the addiction might stay with you for years, but like you can fix your life, right? You can get yourself to a better place. And so, like, I don't like them to be in a situation where they made this decision in a desperate moment.
Didn't we do that to immigrant girls in detention? there was a doctor that did that. They kept removing that. Yeah.
They were, but to be fair to Lactoid, that wasn't consensual.
That was forcible. Yeah, probably.
Right. That was extremely forcible. Yeah, that was vile. Yeah, I would if it's reversible. If they're I don't know, but what the things, and plus like today you can literally there's birth control that women can take that can keep them from having babies for like years, right? Years on end.
And well, he said there was options.
They offer
sterilization. They offer everything.
They offer that too. They offer that too. The problem is, like, oftentimes the people who they're servicing are people who have ongoing issues and are predicted to have ongoing issues for a very long time. They're usually part of elusive communities that are difficult to make contact with, and when they cannot be trusted to consistently maintain their birth control. Really, the only way to make sure is the sterilization.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't have to maintain it. It's like an ongoing thing. It's a procedure that you do, right? Well, there's the ones that go in the arm. I don't know the names. I'm sorry, right? And there's
those only last. Those don't last for like 6 months to a year. IUDs.
No, they last longer.
These people aren't seeking rehab, Prime, right? The idea is that these people they want to continue to do drugs. They just don't want to have the either be pregnant or try to have an abortion or whatever it may be. It's just they're trying to prevent that from the get. So it's not that this is trying to get them clean. From what I'm understanding, right? Lactoid. This isn't like a rehab program. This is just like literally like, hey, let's keep you from having kids.
But IUDs only last like for 5 years. So even long-term birth control. But again, after 5 years, again, these communities, you're not going to find them.
But again, that's the problem with this, right? It's like we're talking about these desperate individuals who maybe after 5 years they will be okay or whatever, right? Like whatever the amount of time is. So
maybe
my problem is the sterilization point, right? To be permanently sterilized, that I would avoid. Right. And it's interesting. It's interesting how sterilization works in this country, right? Because on the other side of this, there are women, and this blew my mind. Like when I first started hearing women tell me about this, there are women who are perfectly stable, right? Great incomes, Fair enough. That was good. That was a good one. But yeah, perfectly mentally stable, a good income, right? All in a good place, right? Like a good mental state, and they cannot get sterilized when they want to get sterilized. Yeah. This is a big thing in the medical community where like doctors will tell them I'm sure you're gonna want to have a baby later on.
You're gonna change your mind.
They're gonna change your mind. You're like, no, I don't want to do this. I've made the decision and please respect it, and they won't. And then they're like, well, have you talked to your husband? Right? Either you don't have a husband. Well, okay, your future husband might have something to say about this, honey. And then if you do have a husband, then you have to maybe get his permission still to have this procedure.
Yeah.
And it's crazy.
Well, because those are women that we would want breeding, right? Because they don't have these problems.
But okay, so you're trolling me.
I'm not trolling you. Am I wrong? No. Like if you got a woman who's married. Hold on, you have a woman who's married, who's like in a middle class household, who does not have a major drug addiction, and they're not predisposed to cystic fibrosis.
I hear you, Mr.
Why don't we want this person breeding?
Yes, Eugene, I hear you. Okay, look, I get what you're saying. But you, Mr. Libertarian, would be respecting people's choices for their body, right?
Doctors can choose what to do if they want to perform a surgery or not. It's up to them. That's consent.
Okay.
You want to force a doctor to do a procedure against his will or her will?
Yes, I 100% do.
That's not consensual.
No.
He doesn't care about doctors' consent.
No, actually no. When it comes to people providing essential services, you can't decide this black guy is going to die on your operating table. You're like, I don't feel like it's against my religion to touch the ones marked by Cain. I don't give a fuck, right? Like you need to.
I would say the black guy, Prime. Okay, just so you know.
Oh, thank you, buddy.
Okay. Lactoid is a doctor. Remember that.
I am. And so
He's a doctor of law.
Gibbs is also a doctor too.
As a doctor, it's not the Mark of Cain. It'd be the Mark of Ham. Noah's
Mark
son.
of Ham. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's my religious doctor coming in handy.
Well, Mark of Cain, descendant of Ham. If you want to get into like 18th century, it's fucked up. But we can talk about it later.
Ghosty, do something like that?
Okay, wow, that was a lot.
Welcome to the panel. Yeah.
No, yeah, thank you.
Now she wants to leave. She changed her mind.
No.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I wasn't like there needs to be a woman on this panel. Well, I do think I think a woman's voice when we're talking about like things like abortion and breastfeeding and stuff is sometimes it's just kind of funny, like seeing like 9 guys.
Yeah, lactoid.
But no, I think as far as like the last thing we were just talking about, like it kind of sounds like eugenics. I don't think offering drug addicts money for permanent birth control, kind of like what Prime was saying, as long as it's reversible, I think I would be fine. But it's kind of silly, like why wouldn't we be offering that for everyone only just because we don't want those specific people to breed, I guess? Like, do we start expanding that to other types of people too?
It's a group. This is a group that decided they want to do this.
A private.
Yeah.
My tax dollars aren't paying for it. That's the big part right there.
Yeah, I don't know.
So how do you fund this private group? Like, it's not profitable, right? Like the idea that
people make donations to things.
They raise the money.
Yeah, they go.
Actually, I don't know nothing about this group.
They're funded by donations, right? And so they get funded through their charitable organization. People donate to them, and then they provide these services, and they cut down on the amount of drug addicted children that are born in any given area.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's fine as long as it's reversible.
How do we get the name of it?
Project Prevention.
Ghosty, you still sound low again. I don't know what happened before. We could your sound went up and then.
Is this better?
Yeah. I think you have to get closer to your mic, maybe.
So I think. Sorry.
Right.
I think there absolutely is going to be obviously some kind of eugenic tilt to this. But I actually really agree with what Tiberius said before about how I almost feel as though we kind of threw the eugenics baby out with the bathwater. Where the Nazis were pretty fucked up, okay? But that doesn't mean this science.
Good ideas.
That doesn't mean that this science is all wrong, right? It is true that there are certain genes that make you more susceptible to cystic fibrosis or Tay-Sachs disease or a plethora of any other genetic illness. Especially the horrid kind that you can get that leads you to be suffering. These children be suffering basically throughout the rest of their short lives that they're going to live on this planet because of the genetic illness that they inherited. And we have to deal with this because and by the way, we have to deal with this sort of, but we currently on the books have laws with the intended goal of preventing this. For example, incest is illegal. Why? Because of genetic illness.
Not in Rhode Island.
Maybe not in Rhode Island, but in most states, it could be in Rhode Island. They're wild over there. Okay,
just get that off of me, real.
But in a lot of states, there are specific incest rules, unless the person is sterile. There are specific exemptions if the relation is sterile. Why? Because they don't want you breeding with your sister. That's why. Because if you breed with your sister, the child that comes out tends to have issues. It's eugenics. This is a eugenics-oriented policy that we currently have on the books. We have not thrown it completely out with the bathwater. We do it here. And so Project Prevention is just sort of another extension of this. And by the way, Planned Parenthood, if you ever look into the history of Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger and the foundation of that organization was explicitly founded on eugenics and currently operates, if you look at where Planned Parenthood puts their
black neighborhoods. Yeah,
well, it's not just black neighborhoods, but it's also poor neighborhoods and where socioeconomically challenged areas where they put their locations is relevant.
Yeah, but
all of this is eugenics.
But of course, no. But of course they would be there. Of course, because it's the people who have the least amount of resources are the ones who are going to need to have those abortions, right? Instead, if I wanted to touch on what Ty had said earlier, right? Ty was talking about how this country doesn't put effort into supporting families, right? And that's absolutely true. We aren't putting. We hear people are talking about the birth rate. The birth rate's falling, right? And we're not at replacement rate. And usually they're just talking about white babies, but let's ignore that for a second, right? Lacto is not talking about white babies, to be clear, right? So, but like the reason why, if you just listen to individuals, it's because of economic insecurity, right? Childcare is unbelievably expensive. Housing, people are having trouble having housing. Like a lot of their money is going to rent. When it comes to job security or whatever it is, right? There's a whole list of things that are these concerns, and people are holding off, right? People aren't hitting milestones, right? People aren't moving out of their houses, like their parents' houses, and so they don't want to like have a kid. There's all kinds of reasons. People are being responsible in their head. So like change the math for them. Like make sure they have economic opportunities. Make sure that childcare is available. Cheap and quality childcare is available to them. Then these things will start to reverse themselves. But if that's not the case, then we're going to have this issue, right? The same thing is true in fucking Japan, right? And people always like to bring up Japan when they have these conversations. But if you talk to those women, they're like, well, if I have a baby, I know I'm going to get discriminated at work, right? Like it's hard for a single woman just to get hired, period, because like they're like, if she gets pregnant, it's going to be a problem. But then when they are pregnant, then they don't get to keep their jobs, right? Like if they lose those, that's a big issue. So like all these and maternal leave, right? Let's have like some maternal leave. I had a friend like when she had her baby years ago, she had to go back like 2 days later after having a baby. That's a massive physical trauma that she had just gone through, right? Having that baby, and she was back at work 2 days later. Let's make sure not just maternal, but paternal leave is built in, right? And just a whole bunch of the protections, and that'll reverse it. But we don't actually take those efforts. So if that's what.
Wait. What does this have to do? What does this have to do with drug addicts or like getting sterilized or siblings making children?
Well, Planned Parenthood does help with making families, and Planned Parenthood isn't all about just like deleting babies and stuff. It really helps women gain access.
I think you have to get closer to your mic again, please.
Really so?
Or something's happening.
Just dropped off.
I can hear her. I can hear her. It's fine.
We can hear you well enough. It's just like your mic is a little weird, but like just keep going. I'm
doing the push to talk thing because my boyfriend's playing like Counter-Strike next to me, so I don't want him like yelling.
It's not that.
But
it sounds like it came unplugged a little bit or something like that.
Okay. I'll try to fix it. But yeah, I just want to say that Planned Parenthood is really good with helping families too. It's not just all about like abortions and stuff. And Margaret Sanger, yeah, she had some issues. I think with like I hear these accusations about like the racial stuff a lot. But yeah, first of all, they are it is needed more in lower income communities. And like her mother had 18 pregnancies and gave 11 births. So back in the day, before there was contraceptions, like this is why this was needed, and especially in poorer communities.
Yeah. So I'll go to Ty. But to be clear, you asked me the question, why did I bring all that up? Is because you brought up Planned Parenthood. You talk about them being poor neighborhoods. I'm saying they're economically insecure, and that's why they were having the abortion. So make them economically secure, and there'll be far less abortions. But anyway, Ty.
But that was not the intention of the founding of Planned Parenthood.
Long dead too.
I understand with the intent. Yes, I get that. I hear you. But that's not like. But you brought that up the replacement today, right? I'm talking about why that is the case. Because those people are economically insecure, and yes,
you don't think there's any you don't think there's a cope in that? Like, you don't think there's any correlation between these two things? Between what you're saying and what Blackwood said? Like, you don't think that listen, I know I can understand your arguments, but that doesn't invalidate what Blackwood said. It could be both of those things. It's taking care of two birds with one stone. No, it absolutely doesn't. If I were to go, say I was some racist soul bitch, and I was like, hey, we're going to get rid of all them blacks. And I was like, how are we going to do it? I want them to stop breeding so much. Let's go put the abortion clinic over there. We're going to fund it. Like, you don't think that there could be some truth to that still being, like, a thing today? Like, I mean, y'all talk about systemic racism all the time, but Planned Parenthood, no systemic racism there. Those guys, they were founded by states. It's got to still be good.
The argument that you would make then, though, is that it actually applies today in some way. Not just that that
is the argument I'm making.
Back then, no, you were talking about the fact that that was the reason for the founding of it, and I'm saying it doesn't matter if that was the reason for the founding of it if it's being utilized in a completely different way today. And I'm pro-life, so like I'm not arguing that like we should be aborting all the babies or anything, but I am saying that these just are fallacious arguments because you would have to make the argument that it is relevant right now, and that
he is making that argument.
Yeah,
but listen,
it would be the systemic
there's a problem
argument,
with
right?
this motivation, right? Because what is the accusation that the right keeps making on immigration is that we're trying to get more brown people in here so they'll vote for Democrats, right? We keep hearing that over and over again. And now you're saying, but those same people want to stop all of these African American births because I guess black people vote for Republicans.
They're the racist Democrats.
This is a whataboutism, actually.
No,
come on, Iko.
we've been saying. Hold on, we've been saying they were the Klan the whole time.
No, that's a fancy word for a whataboutism.
No, it's a consistency.
I didn't say anything about I didn't say anything about immigrants. I'm bringing all the brown people. I got no problem with that.
I've been saying that the Democrats were always the Ku Klux Klan, and they just rebranded. So I'm saying
So then why do they want all the Mexicans here?
Yeah. This isn't
about your talking point. Why do they want all this immigration?
I mean, where did the Nazis go? Latin America?
Is it because they're trying to bring in all the white Mexicans? Is that what it is?
They like Latinos.
Yeah, lactoid. This isn't about you, right? Yeah, we know your feelings, right? Which are mixed, to be clear. But that
mixed about what?
We're talking. We can go over that. But the whole fucking tangent.
Saying that my feelings are mixed about the mix. Is that what you're saying?
It's the consistency check that I always put forward.
The point is that
Nazis.
It's that. The point is that they say that Planned Parenthood is run by liberals, right? But they're racist liberals because they're doing this. They're systemically exterminating black people, right?
Exactly.
Who voluntarily show up to say, "Hey, I don't want to have this kid." Like great.
But we want to import the Haitians because I don't know why.
Yeah, and at the same time, those liberals will say, "Hey, some of those liberals."
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I'm not saying that right now the staff of Planned Parenthood is these genocidal eugenicists that are just let's get rid of all of them. What I think is that Planned Parenthood was founded with much more specific eugenic intent than perhaps it operates today. I do think that currently, whether you want to admit it or not, there is some level of eugenic intent on the idea of we want these poor people to be able to have abortions because otherwise they can't afford children, because we don't want them breeding, right? There is this sort of in the back of the mind motivation that I think is occurring here. Now, eugenics is still eugenics, even if it's based on socioeconomic status as opposed to race, right? The argument is still, this is a demographic that's breeding too much. We got to slow down their breeding, right? I think there's a eugenics element to that as well.
Or they're breeding too early. The idea is that they need to plan their parenthood, right? Not have it when they're not ready. They want them to have more kids later on when they're more stable in life so that they can raise them sort of in the right way. This isn't about people never having kids. This is about them being ready to have kids. It's called Planned Parenthood.
Well, then why are most... Well, hold on. I'm pretty sure most abortions are after the woman has already had a kid and they're in her older years.
Yeah, right? Because they can't afford to have more kids. Hold on. Now, I'm glad you admit that.
You can have one. That means you can have 10.
Yeah, but hold on. That's a terrible argument. That's just branding. If I named adoption absentee parenting, it's still adoption. I mean, you got to be fucking.
I got to hit electro with this.
That's not even a real argument. Come on,
I have to electro with this because Ty, I haven't gotten about you. You said previously, though, that you didn't believe that. It's most parents or women having this kids just don't want them, right?
That's statistically true. Most of the reason for abortion is because they're concerned.
Your other statement.
No, they're perfectly compatible, right? Most of the motivation for abortion is that women are concerned about their career and their education, right? And that includes women who've already had a kid. So this is women who've had they want to pursue their careers. They as opposed to letting their husbands take care of them, and they're more career-oriented women. And the children there are a inconvenience, and they want to get rid of the children.
So hold on, the reason most people have abortions is because they already have kids, right? They have kids.
That's not the reason.
They can't. What? But hold on, you just said. First of all, you just
no.
Right?
No. I did not say that. Let me be clear. Just because you've had a kid and then you have an abortion after that doesn't mean that the primary motivating reason for you having an abortion was because you already had a kid. Okay, it just happens to be the case that you had a kid prior. My argument is that in exit polls, like literally, like after you've had an abortion, like these surveys, the reason why women report having abortions is because they don't. Obviously, the number one reason by far is because they don't want it to interfere with their education or their career. That is the number one cited reason. They want to go out and expand their career or to get like college degrees, and more children is a bigger pain in the ass for them.
I have different information. You and I should have this conversation later on because we're gonna go back and forth on this one. But so let's like trade sources on this one and talk about it. But I guess to say that I hear you that like there might be like untoward intent, and it doesn't not matter. But in the end, this is an essential service that women need, is to be able to control their reproductive health care, right? And so if women are voluntarily going to Planned Parenthood and seeking out those services, then it's fine, right? Like,
wait, hold on. You can believe. Hold on. There's nothing wrong with that belief. In the same way that Project Prevention is also voluntary, that women go and seek out these services and get paid to get sterilized. Again, that doesn't change the fact that there's some underlying eugenics motivation behind the people running the organization.
I said this, I've already admitted that though.
Which is great. So we're already in agreement. I don't think we're really fighting on much. Prime, can I ask you one question? Do you think it should be legal for a brother and sister who are both of good financial means, should they be able to breed? Should they be able to have kids, or should that be illegal? Brother and sister, both adults.
So I'm glad you asked me that question. Because I have thoughts.
I'm open. I want to hear your thoughts are.
Free bands.
So I saw this documentary years ago.
Oh no.
I don't like where this is going.
I saw this documentary years ago, and it was about exactly this. Examples of adult siblings, getting together, right? First of all, there's a very interesting thing that happens. I believe this is a recognized.
They get stuck in the dryer, right? It's crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, get stuck. I don't know what that means. But
common storyline in Lactoid's life.
Corey, I see your hand. So they talked about a few different types of siblings, and apparently, when siblings are separated, like at the start, right at the start of their lives, and don't meet each other, when they meet each other later, there apparently is a powerful attraction, right? Not right. You gotta know what I'm talking about. But there's a powerful attraction that happens. And there's lots of examples of this. I don't know, of them getting together.
You're the same person, so you know.
There's some theory, there's some psychological theory about like when you grow up with another child, like in the household, that at some point it triggers something in your brain, and then for most people, they don't want to be with this individual, right? They overlook them as a sexual partner. But like the opposite happens when they don't grow up, and so like people like siblings who are connecting after 50 years who didn't grow up with each other. There's apparently a powerful attraction. That's according to the documentary. I wouldn't know. But in any case, they talked about these different ones, and they talked about this one German couple, brother and sister, had gotten together, and they eventually had a. Okay, yeah. They had a baby, and once the baby was born, right, the brother got arrested by the German authorities because the baby was in proof of their incest, right? And I heard their story, like from their mouths. It sounded like they loved each other. I think the big problem with incest, right, is coercion, right? We don't want fathers or mothers like putting themselves on their child. Like that's like completely unacceptable because that imbalanced power dynamic. But we're talking about two adult children who are consensually going in. There's no power imbalance, right? Yeah, it's kind of their business. So yeah, actually, I would let it happen.
Okay, can I add on to that?
Spicy take. I've never said that before.
They're having a kid, Prime. They're having a weirdo kid. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Wait. I'm gonna
love conquers all, Lactoid.
I'm gonna rope in my topic. Okay. So Lactoid. Okay. In the best interest of the child, we have now access to gene editing technology. Okay. And so, should a brother and sister be allowed in that context?
Oh, of course. My concern is honestly like the genetic illness portion, which we saw with the Habsburgs, right? I don't even have a problem with incest as long as it's
your concern.
Yes, that's my concern. I don't got a problem with incest. I don't got a problem with incest as long as they're not having kids.
Socialist Lactoid.
I don't give a fuck. This is not socialism. This is libertarianism. Okay.
Progressive Lactoid.
This is libertarianism. I don't give a fuck as long as you're not creating like 3-eyed children. I don't give a fuck.
Okay, so would you? Because from what I understand, it's actually more common for there to be genetic defects within age gaps. So would you also put the same boundaries on age gaps that you would put on brothers and sisters?
I'd have to see that. I've looked into this. I don't think that's the case. I know that there's an increased risk of genetic illness as you get older. I don't know if it's as much as with a sibling relationship, but that's a good fucking question.
Not just as you get older, but also the bigger the age gap as well.
Well, that's a good question. I think that if you hit a certain age where, like, if the risk gets high enough, like, oh, that's tough. What
if they're really rich and they can afford the treatment?
Here, I'll say this. Project prevention.
I have the same argument as you, and the argument that's always made against me is some sort of slippery slope sort of thing that, like, oh, well, what about people with ADHD, or what about people who have like autism within their family, or what about like this, what about that? And so they're always bringing up like all of these other genetic defects and all of these other mental illnesses.
Wouldn't you want to get rid of ADHD? I have ADHD. I'd love to
why don't we tell those people not to? So, yeah.
Well, here's just to be clear, here's what I would say. Project Prevention should pay people over the age of 50 to get sterilized if they so choose.
Interesting. All right. I've got 1,000 different thoughts that came up from the last 20 minutes, but I'll just put it down into 2 highlights. Number one, as somebody who has ADHD and bipolar, there's definitely levels where, like, I can get where people are like, yeah, if there's some kind of like genetic qualifier, I might want to eliminate one or specific from another. The ADHD, I think most people can live with. I actually think it's a kind of a superpower if you can discipline it enough to harness it. The bipolar fucking sucks. If there's a genetic trigger for that, please get rid of it. Don't pass this shit on. It's fucking awful. Moving forward with this, I didn't write down my notes. I apologize. I'm just trying to vibe. Lactoid, I love you. God damn it, you always bring up such interesting conversations, even if I disagree with you. And I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, you seem to be so wholesome, and then you fuck it up constantly, buddy.
I just look at something and then I apply raw, uninformed logic to it, and it come out with a conclusion that I want you all to deal with.
You're doing what they were doing previously, going to stereotypes. Lactoid has a kind-looking face, but you already know him. You know the man under that, and you know he's anything.
I mean, he's not Rob Noor, right? Like, he's
for his looks.
Oh, well, look, I get it this way. Like, I will always disagree with libertarians on like some fundamental issues, but like the problem is I can go down the rabbit train with Lactoid, and we'll agree on like 90% of shit. And it's just those like few little ethical knickknacks that we get into, and we go 2 entirely different directions. Why do you do this to me? You're better than the Lactoid. Stop being a doomer, okay?
What here? Let me ask you this. We'll leave aside the whole like projection question. Let's say that I gave you like an analysis of an area that had Project Prevention, and I demonstrated without refute that the area in which Project Prevention was there sterilizing drug addicts for money, that area had lower crime, higher employment, and less social services being used on these children, and thus a higher quality of life for everybody there. It was just like in every socioeconomic measurement that you could think of, the area A that had this was doing better than area B. At that point, would you say, fine, Project Prevention should exist, and it should be tolerated and perhaps even socially encouraged?
I can't give you a surface level answer to that because I got my mind and my soul are going 3 different directions with this all at the same time. First and foremost, number one is that, at least on a moral level, I fucking hate this for the reasons that I stated originally. Like, the priorities are not there. Like, I want to encourage the development of children and families and whatnot. We're not doing that. That's fucking southful, but I'll table that part. Ethically, it's kind of a wish-wash for me. But the responsibility of, like, being a person who has to make decisions and say, hey, look, I have to craft policy. Like, I get it. There's a level where, like, what your general outline, you don't even have to sell it to me. I will believe you when you make this claim that it's just generally better for the society to do this particular program. I can totally believe it actually has good numbers behind it. If I had to make the decision, I could sign the paper even though I'd fucking hate it, right? It's one of those things I would hate myself for, but it is really down to one of those deals where it's like, I would rather strip Social Security and give it to developing families before I would ever fucking go the other direction. So, like, that's kind of where I'm at, trying to formulate my thoughts. It's just wrong priorities is how I feel about it. Strongly feel about it. Wrong priorities.
So I wanted to ask our new friend Ghosty, right? Previously, we had talked about like the implications of like artificial wombs, right? There's a technology people are trying to invent, and I'm not sure if you were you here for that part of the conversation?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay. So we were talking about artificial wombs, and for anyone else at in the audience who wasn't, we were talking about artificial wombs, and for these wombs that they're trying to develop, that would basically increase the age of viability, right, or decrease the age of viability, and that you could remove an embryo from the body earlier and put it into these artificial wombs, and hopefully they could bring it to term. Do you think that? Well, one, that will be a good idea, and two, let's pretend, right? These things don't exist now, but let's just pretend that you could get this done at like 6 weeks, right? So this would like take out this would be the area where most abortions happen, and they could simply remove that. Would you think it'd be the moral impact of an emotional impact of removing that child at 6 weeks or so would be the same as actually having an abortion? Do you think that it would be fair to tell women, well, you can't have an abortion now since you can just remove the baby, right? I'm gonna be done with it. Like then you can't take the option of having an abortion. What are your thoughts?
I think I still would be pro-choice because I think you kind of said this, like knowing that a kid is out there it most likely will like be on your mind like for the rest of your life and affect you, and that could have pretty strong implication or like effects from your life. And are you set? What was the first question, like about the can you do it, or what was the first part of the question?
No problem. I said a lot of things. So I guess one, do you think that such technology is a good idea in the first place? And do you think that we should be able to force women, if that technology existed, and say that you can't have an abortion anymore? Yeah.
I do. I can see it being potentially a good idea. I do, but my only one pushback against it is just like our current foster care system and child protective services are just so overwhelmed right now already. But like again, at the same time, a lot of the reason it's hard to have an abortion is because of the trauma of having an abortion. I do think that would relieve some women knowing that the baby can survive and go on, and you don't have to go through a whole pregnancy and have your body change for the rest of your life and give birth. So yeah, I guess it would be a good option.
Yeah. And but if there was a law. Yeah, so you're saying you're pro-choice. So okay, I guess.
Yeah. No law though, where you have to. I still think also abortion, like a real abortion, I would still be pro that too. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you cannot be forced to undergo extraction into the artificial womb. Right.
Right. Yeah. I don't agree with that.
I guess the pro-life argument would be like, well, then, like the harm that you're doing, like you're killing a life, right? Where a life could literally be saved, right? Like you don't have to choose in between these two, and so how can you say like you have to do an invasive? It's an invasive operation one way or the other, right? Getting the baby out one way or the other. And
I think most are pills now. I think most are like just.
That's fair. That's fair too. Yeah. So, but like, why would I guess the pro-life argument, and we have some pro-lifers here, would be like, why wouldn't you just choose life? You know, like beyond, like you're saying you might have some emotional trauma, but I don't know, go see a therapist.
I guess you could have emotional trauma like either way, but yeah, again, just because I do think we have such an overwhelmed system of children that are abused in foster systems and neglected, and often times even like more abused and stuff that end up in these situations. They get lost, they end up with abusive parents and stuff. They're treated horribly, malnourished and stuff. So there's that, and then just on top of just knowing that you have a kid out there, I just think that could cause issues. I just think if we have the technology, it should be a choice. Yeah.
But you're saying all these bad externalities, right? But there's a chance that they'll go through that. But there's also a chance that they'll be happy. But if you kill them, then there's no chance of anything, right? That's the end of life, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like maybe if you have a person in place that you know is going to adopt it, but if the person's like, if the operation is your child might end up adopted by a family, or they're just, there's a chance that they might, or there's a chance they might not, then forcing that definitely isn't a good idea, I don't think.
What do you think, pro-lifers? To be clear, I'm pro-choice, but pro-lifers?
No pro-lifers here.
There's like a bunch of pro-lifers here.
Tom identified as a pro-lifer. What do you think,
Tom? So the thing for me, and the main thing, is that I have been typing to my chat this entire time and not really paying any attention.
All the women in your chat.
Oh, that's fucking great.
When a woman is speaking, apparently, he didn't have
a woman he invited.
Yeah. Wow.
Go
ahead.
Oh, I was just wondering, like, are you guys a pro maternity leave first and pro maternity leave? But is anybody against federal mandated paid maternity leave?
I absolutely am. Fuck that shit.
Okay.
And we have it. It's not great, but we have it.
We don't have federal paid maternity leave. So I think a funny part about this is like we're kind of incentivizing women to like not work and not have fathers in the home and get paid for being single mothers and like jobless single mothers, rather than paying women who do have a job, probably are having a family, like trying to start a family, but we'd rather put money into like welfare programs like that than maternity leave.
Wait, why should I? All right, here, let me hit you with a cool one. Why should I have to pay for someone else's choice to have a baby?
That's
Fuck
right.
That.
You're just saying
because you want them to have babies too.
We should only pay for their choice to never have children. That's what we should do.
Just real quick, yours, yes,
Well,
yours.
hold on, I should have to pay for either one of those.
Leave. Okay.
So,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to have a stroke. How is it like my side is supposed to be like pro family values and shit, but we're usually just the people who don't actually want to have families?
I was just
wait. I just don't want drug addicts to have. Like, come on, this is not the same thing.
I want to incentivize people to have kids, and I want people to be able to raise their families. I want better kids that are going to have like more stable households. I want kids that are going to have parents that are actually around, especially early in their life's development. Like, yes, I am perfectly on board with all of this stuff, and these are things that I highly advocate for.
Okay, I know that I split hairs on this the last time I brought it up, but you guys remember the child tax credit? Holy fuck! And how like it came up for renewal, it didn't come up because it was one of the most popular programs ever. Remember my my compromise that I pitched. Does anyone remember that at all?
No.
All I asked was that if we were still going to extend it, you had to be married to get it. Like, I thought this was a win that we could pull off for Republicans, but we didn't even bite on it. Why?
On what?
You remember the child tax credit back in like 2020, 2021? We actually made it where it was like a monthly payment instead of just end of the year tax cut. The Democrats wanted to extend it. The Republicans just said no. And I'm like, hey, look, here's the compromise we need to make.
You know why? You know why?
I'm listening.
For the same reason that they stopped
because they want to pay the taxes.
After all the complaining that they did about immigration, as soon as there's a bill that's actually going to make a big dent in immigration to make a big change
the immigration was a terrible fucking bill.
Because there were fucking it was the Democrats who were fixing it. There was it had so many fucking solutions in it. It did so much to actually put a massive dent in immigration, and the little bit of immigration that was coming in, it was going to put it to good use while we're in a massive.
It would have helped about as much as me putting my dick in a meat grinder. It would have helped.
It was authored by Republicans. It's just
rhinos, maybe. It was a terrible bill. Didn't have anything to do with actually fixing the problem.
Stop.
No, I can hold on. I've gone through the bill, all 653 pages. I've gone through the whole bill. It's a terrible fucking bill. Anyone that's actually on the border is
So what was the problem with it?
The whole bill.
No, give me one. Give me some fun, because
Tom, I gotta cut you off here, and the reason why I have asked him this on this panel probably 5 times,
and I've gone to in-depth detail multiple times. I'm not going to relitigate.
I don't want to make a conversation on immigration. Yeah, right. I want to focus in on what our friend Ghost.
Sorry, my point was that it's a bad faith argument, because Democrats came out with it, and because Democrats were in favor of it, they want to put a stop to it, and especially there's some rumors even that lots of these things, they want to make sure they put it off until Trump is in office so that they can let Trump be the one who did it himself.
Oh my God! Yeah,
and then people wonder why we're going to lose the next election. But
to make it actually relevant,
not actually fix the problem, but
to move it off of immigration. Why should the federal government be able to mandate that I pay somebody for taking care of their child?
We didn't
more for the betterment of society, right? It makes sense if you have companies and you have a bunch of fuck society, but that was like the argument is that's why like we have the abortion clinics because the people are poor and we don't want people to kill their babies, but we want people to have babies, but women don't want to have babies.
Wait. You think?
If we help them be able to work, have maybe a little bit of paid leave,
this is all bullshit.
They have more babies. It's
all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Go look at the countries that have the highest of this bullshit, like paying women to have kids. Look at their fertility rates. Look at how often they're actually having children. You want to find out where women are having children? They're having children in fucking Afghanistan where they can't work. All right, 13 children per woman. That's where they're having children.
It doesn't do much for
when you're rich.
Yes. When you get more money, and you're more career oriented, you have less kids. Family leave doesn't do shit. Paying women to have kids doesn't do shit. Russia and Scandinavia have been trying this for years, and it hasn't done shit.
Wait. They want less kids because they're.
What he just said doesn't make sense at all. Yes, you are correct. The more money they have, the less kids they're going to have. These are fucking programs for people who don't have money. These are for the people who are having kids who don't have the fucking money and who do need the help.
Wait, hold on. That's not even true. That's not even true. The conversation is about paid parental leave, federally mandated paid parental leave. This would apply to all workers, even workers who could afford taking on
everybody.
We're sure. Well, it doesn't apply to all workers. Which workers would it apply to?
Hold on. First off, you're not saying
pretty nice tax bracket, specific tax bracket of workers.
Need it. Your argument is that we shouldn't do this at all. So you don't get to make the argument that
waitresses. I'm
trying to explore.
Wouldn't get paid leave, which is I think Lactoid's point is the people that are going to be affected wouldn't even.
No, that's not my point. That's not my point. What I'm trying to explore is which specific tax bracket are you going to mandate that the employers pay for the mothers to take care of their children? Which tax bracket?
Going to be the higher tax bracket. That's what I was saying.
No. I'm asking Tom. Going to get it. Tom? If you were crafting this policy, what tax bracket would you make this apply to?
I wasn't making that argument.
I'm asking you. I'm not telling you you're making an argument. You're saying it's applied to everybody. Okay, so even people who could afford to stay home and take care of their kids.
Yes.
So it's not about giving the money to the people who can't afford it. You're perfectly okay with forcing somebody to give money to somebody who can afford taking time off to give them money to take care of their own kid.
let's rewind for a second.
The word he's looking for is robbery.
Against your argument where you're saying that we don't want to just give these people money because giving people money doesn't help, and especially the more money people have, the less kids they're going to have. And so I said your argument doesn't make sense at all because these are also going to the people who actually are having kids and are poor and still need those things. You're not arguing to limit it to a tax bracket.
No, wait. So let me be clear.
The entire thing.
No. I'm not. So my whole argument is that it's not going to incentivize children if that's what your goal is, right? Because we're talking right now about like fertility rates, abortion, et cetera, and somebody brought up like maternal leave. My argument is that that's not going to influence shit. Now you can say, well, I think poor people should get free money from the government to take care of their own kids. You can make that argument. Okay, we're moving away from what's actually going to encourage fertility at this point. You're just more about like a equity, I guess, argument. And I'd be opposed to that based on like taxes, theft, libertarian arguments, sure. But the reason why I was bringing up that like all this shit about it's going to encourage birth rates being a meme, it's because it's a meme, right? None of this actually encourages birth rates. It's completely useless. If you get women into career fields and education, you will see a decline of fertility regardless of where you look in the world. It is unstoppable. Look at Japan.
They can't take off work to have children, then yeah. If they can take off work to have children.
The countries that have paid parental leave have the lowest fertility rate in the world. Look at that. Look at Scandinavia.
That's not 100% true.
Which country? Scandinavia and Russia.
Look, most of the Nordic countries have a higher birth rate than most of Western Europe, and that's because of the fact that they actually pay to have kids. Double check your numbers on that shit. Like, Scandinavia has it better. Scandinavia is better than Germany, Italy, and Spain.
Yeah, I mean,
do those countries not have paid for familial leave? You don't think Germany has paid?
Nothing like what the Nordics do, dude.
I can't believe y'all are advocating for highway robbery right now. Y'all literally advocating that someone else should have to pay for. This is what you're advocating
for. In Germany, both parents can take up to 2 years of parental leave.
2 years?
Both parents can take up to 2 years.
And the companies are supposed to shell
and
this
it's
out.
Paid. And it's paid. Both parents in Germany can take up to 2 years of paid parental leave. You don't think that's comparable to what the Nordics have?
Okay, I'm sorry. If that's true, then my math is off and my data is off. I apologize then.
It doesn't matter, because that is not the causal thing when it comes to them having kids. The causal thing is them having more money and living in a more developed country. No. That is what matters. So it doesn't matter whether or not they have the fucking paid leave thing whatsoever. It doesn't matter. But I will say, just one way or the other, if you guys want to make a deal that women who, if you guys are trying to make it to where birth rates go up and you're trying to make it to where people will have more kids, then I will make a deal that yes, if you guys are going to make it to where anybody will have kids, anybody who has kids is going to have a paid leave, I will start getting all of the women pregnant right now. We will start fucking getting babies out and popping them out just like this right away.
I'm trying. That might
also. I don't. But that would incentive more people
to come back in on this. Goddammit.
I'm trying to brown America here. So
wait, Gibbsy. That would incentivize more people to come work for your company, right? So if you're offering this thing, absolutely. If you're a company and you're offering this, you're going to have twice the amount of women and potentially twice. You're going to have more Toms that are going to apply to work for you. And so if you're offering this, you'll be able to offset. You'll be able to expand your business, and it offsets the prices.
I would rather I can't even say what I'd rather want to do than do that. Because it's such an egregious.
Bring out the nukes.
Yeah, bro, it's such an egregious idea that I should have to pay for somebody else's life choices because reasons. I don't give a fuck what these reasons are. Why should I? No. That is what you're saying. If the federal government's doing this, that means it's paid with my tax dollars. That is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard. I shouldn't have to be paying because rich boy down the street in his mansion is having a kid, and I shouldn't have to pay if the cracky Magoo dude living on the corner decides to have a kid. I'm just saying, either way, I shouldn't have to pay for their fucking decision. You know what? That's ridiculous.
So we're gonna go to Ty. Cracky Magoo is my cousin. He's very actually a wholesome individual, and I don't appreciate you slandering their good name.
All right, three things. Look, we've heard this thing from Gibbs 100 times now. Fuck everybody else. I shouldn't have to pay for them. That's fine, dude. This is why the border security is our fucking issue and not yours.
Here we go.
Tough shit, buddy. All right. Anyway, going into
like Texas would actually handle it, and they're coming down, tearing down walls. But
all right.
I threw the knife at him. Anyway, so Lactoid. When it comes to moralistically, like, or at least ethically, where I'm looking at this, there's two different levels. So if you're looking at the individual level, like, I can't really help you because you believe taxation is theft. I think taxation is rent. We don't agree on that. Cool. On the other side of this is like, I have no problem with the state at least trying to, like, at least maintain a level of birth rate that is something that they can work with. Forget all the conversations that come down the line with this, right? Just having, like, making sure that there's another generation that is there 100% is, like, worth some level of investment. The one thing I will kind of split hairs with you and agree with you on is that the biggest problem with all of these countries is that they keep telling women that they can have a career and have kids. That is fucking not correct. It never will be correct. It's never going to be correct. You are going to make sacrifices in your careers to have children. That is guaranteed. And until we can bridge that, that's never going to be a conversation.
Is that true for men too?
Thank you, Ty.
Yeah, thank you. Ty.
Mm-hmm.
Answer your question.
I thought it was done. Sorry.
I think Ghosty asked you a question.
What was the question?
Is that true for men too? Do men who follow very intensive careers, do they have time for family and children?
Some of them don't, which is why I actually like women who get out of the, like, 80-hour work week jobs. Like, women are really good at doing that, and I wish men would do the same. It's like, yeah, you might have a 8-figure salary, but these are the men, like, this is why men, like, tend to earn more, is because you have, like, this exclusive group of men who will work 70, 80 hours a week, have families but never see them, but they'll still make 7 or 8K, 8 figures a year, and people justify it. It's fucking terrible. I hope we stop doing it. It's a terrible thing for men to do.
And then there's also the ones who work those hours and don't make that kind of money, right? Like my father, right? I've told you guys before that my father
work the same hours but don't make that money.
Oh yeah, like
my father worked 3 jobs. My mother worked 2 jobs and also took care of me. They were immigrants and they didn't have any of that sort of support. I never asked my mother. I should ask her one day as to, like, how long after giving birth to me that she was back in work. But I don't imagine it was. She was an undocumented immigrant at the time. I think
the highest we have in America is like 6 weeks.
But so here's the thing, right? To be clear, my position is that I don't care if the birth rate is falling. Right? I actually don't. It doesn't matter to me. Because, like, I'm fine, right, with supplementing that with immigration, right? We should let people in, let more individuals in. Immigrants tend to have more babies anyway, way. That solves the problem as far as I'm concerned. And they tend to be hardworking. So
why do they have more babies?
Why do they have
cultural?
It's a good reason. I think, especially if they're coming from other countries where they had less opportunities, women had less opportunities, less choices. Then they were forced to have it. Like you bought the Afghanistan thing. Yeah, those women. So many of them had at the time, but previously they had the least amount of education, right?
Do you see
and
they
were forced in their patriarchal society to do so. And that's a problem.
Yeah. Do you see the cliff, Prime? Do you see the cliff that you're rapidly approaching, which is that, okay, they have higher birth rates, and then they come in, right? They become career oriented. They get into education, and the birth rates drop. And then those other countries that all the immigrants are coming from, their education increases, and their GDP increases, and their fertility rates drop. Look at the fertility rate drops in China, India, all the third world country is rapidly dropping. These reservoirs of people that you're saying that we're going to, like, fill America with, they're dropping in people. They are falling. Their fertility rates are falling like rocks everywhere in the world. There's going to hit a point in which we're, like, going to be a little bit concerned here.
Sure.
What if the whole world is below replacement rate?
What if the whole? Yeah, there's this argument that, like, the population is like that's never been borne out, right? That the population falling, either one, the population falling to some dismal amount, or two, the population increasing to uncontrollable levels, right? Both those predictions have been made throughout history. Both of them have always been wrong, right? So I'll wait until that happens, right? But what is happening? Okay, let's pretend that Lactoid's doomsday scenario is happening. So what do we do, right? What do we do about that? What do we say to women, right? When
have kids.
The population what do
we say when
do we ask
marry a good career man, okay, who's going to take care of you and your kids, who's going to take care of you and your kids, and have a whole bunch of kids and be happy. That's what you do.
Ghosty,
but the majority of people can't do that.
I really want to interact with this, but first I'm gonna let Ghosty go, and then I'm gonna yell at you later on. Ghosty.
I just want to say that like doesn't exist anymore. This like whole like fantasy of like, oh, the working man and she's just staying at home and having like 10 kids off of one income. That's not happening anymore, and that's why I think maternity leave would be a good thing, because you're saying that like career working women and richer families have less children because they don't have time to take off. We're also like pretending like there's no middle class or something. Like middle class families would benefit from maternity leave so dramatically. Can you take off of your work for like a month or two without getting paid and having a child now too? Like that is just so America is 1 out of 6 countries that doesn't have a federal mandated paid maternity leave.
And that's why you have a partner who can take care of you during this vulnerable time. Look, there's people in this country who have 10 kids off of no income, okay? And I'm saying that like when you find a partner to have 10 children with, pick somebody who's like, makes money. I don't know.
They're doing it with government assistance.
10 kids?
I'm after socio. Please go.
1% of people who have a job. It's not true. Come on.
They're getting
10 kids by themselves. Yeah.
No, they're getting government assistance. That's kind of like
I'm not advocating for everyone to have 10 kids. Yes, you should only have 10 children. Sure, if you're like pretty well off financially, that's fair.
Maxwell, you're fucking with me a little bit. All right, let's just talk averages here, right? Just 2 centuries ago, the average was that a woman would have about 6 kids, and only 3 of them would survive into adulthood, right? We've moved into the industrial age to where
also known as the good old days.
After birth control, at least we're going to the point where no, it's not the good old days.
I know. I'm kidding.
You better fucking be like, don't fuck with me.
I don't want. Yeah, I'm the one against children dying here. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay. Labor laws are too strict. That's what he's saying. The good old days.
Anyway, look. The problem is that we've kind of, if you will, in a way, overcorrected. Is that we now have a woman who has almost 1 child, and that child will survive in adulthood. But that's the general trend that we're seeing across the planet, is that we're going from having way too many kids to having literally not enough. Now, granted, I'm not going to go into the details of like what not enough actually constitute, because it's more socioeconomics that we don't need to hit. What I find more interesting is there any actual feasible way that we can move this into like, okay, at least we can get us to somewhere around replacement. Now, the thing where I will kind of split hairs again is that if you actually want people to be paid, you don't have to take everything in taxes. We need actual union membership to actually have collective bargaining.
This is why people say you're not a Republican. Right here. This shit right here. Union membership? Oh my God.
Dude, literally, it's the people we need in the party. Like, it has literally the highest concentration of people who want to vote for us if we actually move on the core issues.
They can keep that. Listen, I don't want to get into bed with the devil, bro. That's organized crime. Keep that shit over there.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yes. There's a reason Trump is going after unions, right? To try to win his next election.
Well, sure. Trump's a MAGA guy. He's the MAGA guy, in fact. Like, what do you expect? Yeah. He's a populist.
A broken clock is where it tries today, right?
The point that Ty is making is that we need economic stability, and I want to yell at Lactoid.
Fuck everybody but you, right?
I'm gonna yell at Lactoid in a second. That's the thing that makes me happy in life. But before then, guys, I haven't really made a call to action today, but consider supporting the channel. If you've been enjoying this content so far, we've had a really interesting conversation. We never can get to the topic that I had planned out for today. We'll do it next week. Last week we had a topic that we didn't end up doing, and I completely forgot about it. Right?
We didn't even finish last week's topic.
I know. I had it planned.
You didn't invite me. Okay, you didn't invite me. That's why I had to be here for that topic. All right.
But here's the thing. I had it planned. But then I forgot that it existed, and then I struggled to come up with a topic for this week, right? And then I came up with a topic, and as soon as I sent it out, I'm like, oh fuck, yeah, we did have another one. So now we're 2 weeks. That's great. It's gonna be great because in the next 2 weeks, I'm not gonna struggle. Right? We already have a topic. We have topics available, so it's gonna be great.
Until you forget, then we have a backlog of 3 topics.
Remind me of exactly what last week's topic was because I heard about it and I was pissed I actually didn't get an invite.
We were supposed to do women soft era. That was like the original topic.
Yeah. It was gonna be we were gonna piss Tom's chat off again about talking about women and not having women here. That's exactly what we're gonna do. But okay. Any case, consider supporting this channel. Sub to the channel. Give bits. Give subs. If you sub, you got ad-free viewing. Get our emotes, and we keep this channel alive. We do need your help, so consider doing that. Admiral Gibbs had resubbed previously. Thank you to Admiral Gibbs, but I don't think you've gotten much support. Matt Eichel, Rich, thank you for resubbing. But yeah, we do need support, guys. Support the channel, sub. If you got Amazon Prime/Prime Gaming, use that here. Use that one free sub here. If you like the things that we're doing, we're trying our very best here. You want to continue on with this content, we do need your help. So support us if you can. And if you're on YouTube, of course, you can drop a super chat and we will respond. I've been watching and there have been no super chats, so don't worry, Corey. Thank you, Majin BMAC. Hey, but we haven't seen you in a long while, actually. Hey, friend, I hope you're doing well. Dropping 5 hot tier 1 gift subs in the channel. Thank you so much, friend. I hope you're doing well. If we get one more individual, one more person to help us out, so we can start us with a hype train. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs to make that happen. Resubbing also works as well. Support the channel any way you can. And shout out to our resubbers who've been coming back again and again on a regular basis. You guys keep this channel afloat, so we love our resubbers. But yeah, subs to the channel, help us out. And so I'm gonna start saying stuff. I'm gonna interrupt myself soon because I'm gonna make another call to action. Naritas, thank you for the 300 bits. Hey, now we got the hype train started. Thank you, Naritas. Much appreciated, friend. A consistent supporter of the community. I believe we're at a level 2 hype train. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, level 2 hype train, 7% done, 93% left, 4.5 minutes clock. Can we make it to a level 3 hype train? Support this community. If you find yourself coming back here, support what we're trying to do. All right. Lactoid. Everything is wrong with you. But I mean, look, there are so many factors that come into fertility, right? And lots of them we're not even considering. There is like simple vaccination, right? People don't really take this into account. But vaccines are a huge reason why we don't have so many kids anymore, right? Because children wouldn't survive past childhood. Like
not according to some people out there, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so women needed to have more kids previously because when a fever or a plague or some sort of germ would come through a community, yeah, they would die. But
the population growth rate is higher, so even factoring in the kids who died.
You can one second. You can we'll get to that. You can go to cemeteries, right? And you can track the progression of plagues within our society by the tombstones, because you'll have whole families or whole generations of children wiped out. That's something that regularly happens. But because we have vaccines, and our children survive, we don't have to have 10, right? Another reason is that we're not an agrarian society anymore. Right, and so we don't need kids to work on the fucking farm, and all these put downward pressure on the number of kids to have. So that's one thing. But then there's also economic insecurity. There's a whole list of reasons why women and couples may choose or not choose to have children. Again, to be clear, I don't care. I don't care if they don't. Because we can supplement our population. That's why we fine. Kick open the doors at the border, right? If it's getting a little low, right? Then replace the population with a bit more melanin, and that'll work out, right? I'm trying to brown this country. Lactoid. What was your sorry, friend? What was your objection before?
Less red, more tan.
Yeah, more tan. Yeah, Lactoid. Sorry, you just made an objection. I didn't.
Yeah, even factoring in the kids who died, the overall population growth rate was still like positive, significantly so. And now it's not, right? In the developed world, and the developing world very quickly is becoming that way.
Still is,
right?
but because of immigration.
Well, because of again, but even as you astutely pointed out, Aiko, in the private chat, even the third world here, the it went. Look at the drops in Afghanistan.
Right.
I mean, now we're down to like below 5.
Mexico's down below 2 per family right
Wild, now. Right? And then you look at China, they're below replacement rate, right? And then you have India, they're dropping pretty dramatically as well. They're very low. And these areas where, I mean, how you see Prime, these reservoirs that we can unleash, we can open up the gates and let them flood in. Those places are going to soon be running out of people.
Running out.
And I think so. I think so. Let me be clear.
Before you go there, Naritas, thank you for the 300 bits. Zero Arms, thank you for the 500 bits, putting us at 20%. We have 20% of level 2 hype train, 80% left, less than a minute on the clock. Can we make it, guys? Help us out. Save the hype train, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. You're out there. Thank you, Zero Arms, for being kind and helping us out and being a you're a gift sub, but consider resubbing as well. But we do appreciate the support, seriously. But yeah, helping us out, helps out. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs to keep this channel up and running. Okay. I like to it. You said a thing.
I just wanted to say, like, all that aside, the reality is, like, if you want to give money to new parents, or if you want to give money to poor people generally, right? You can do so using whatever kind of equity communist arguments that Prime loves so much, right? You can do that if you so choose. But the reality is, like, the things that are going to be influencing fertility rate, right? The big things that are going to be influencing fertility rate are going to be things like access to education and careers for women, and access to birth control, and arguably whether or not abortion is criminalized. When you illegalize abortion, abortion rates go down. Now, so we would arguably get more fertility, I suppose, if we criminalized abortion, because we'd have more kids.
Yeah, I'm looking at this Mexico thing, and this seems to track with everything that I said, though, right? Mexico, one, they have access to healthcare in Mexico. Like, people, I think, underestimate or overestimate how poor Mexico is. To be clear, right? But still, there are people who are economically insecure, and so and what's the symptom of that economic insecurity? That's coming here in the first place, right? And so we can, if you are concerned about that, then we can just supplement our population with immigration, right? And if we are concerned of making room, making it easier for people to have kids, and make sure they're not economically unstable, right? Make sure they have access to childcare. Make sure people have support, and then they will choose to have more.
No,
babies.
They won't. Statistically, they will not. That stuff doesn't affect fertility rates. This is what I'm trying to say. If you want to give them free shit, that's whatever, right? But I'm telling you, like, if going back to, like, if you actually want to affect fertility rates, this doesn't do shit. The places that have the most childcare and dump heaps of money on these parents to have kids, they're not having kids. Because why?
Do you think that no fault divorce or things like child support affect fertility rates?
I don't know. I haven't seen the data on that.
No fault.
I'm just asking because it seems like I hear like a lot of people like argue that like women are having children just for like more money or to like divorcing for alimony and things like that. So it seems like when we give money for women money for that.
I do have a.
Yeah, but that's not my tax dollars.
Blackwood.
That's not my tax dollars. That's a choice that man made to have that child and be married to that woman. He's paying for his life choice. This is something that I have an issue with. It when Tiberius T goes, "Oh, Gibbs just wants to say fuck everybody else." No, I don't want to say fuck everybody else. What I want is people to look up this word. It's a really important one. I know we like to do definition debate. It's called accountability. Maybe they should take accountability for their own actions and fucking handle it. So whenever I see a woman and getting child support from a man, well, that I can hear all the man's sad stories, all these things. But guess what? He is paying for that decision he made. My tax dollars aren't paying for that decision. That's fine. But then when y'all start saying, let's do federally funded, it's going to be great for the place. I don't give two flying fucks about the replacement of the number of people here. That's not what concerns me. I'll tell you what does concern me is them reaching in my back pocket at gunpoint and taking my money out to go pay for the choices that Bob and Sandy had down the road, or the fucking one the crackhead under the bridge had, or the one that the rich guy down the street. That's outrageous. Like, and it's
try hard.
Can you wait?
No,
Can you
I want
define accountability, Gibbs?
Yeah,
for fuck's sake.
Define accountability. You want the dictionary definition? You want
God damn it, this is bait. All right, look. Gibbs, you can bitch all the live long day about somebody reaching your pocket. You know what? If you want to go around being like, hey, fuck that guy's problem and fuck that guy's problem and fuck that guy's problem, have accountability. Well, guess what? We have the accountability to vote. We can steal every fucking penny from you, and you can't do fucking shit about it. So maybe stop being an asshole and care about other people's shit.
This is mobster justification, right?
No. I don't give a fuck. I am so goddamn tired of you just telling everybody to go fucking pound sand. I'm over it, dude.
I'm tired of you're acting like you're high and mighty with your shit. You absolutely can. You can also do it violently, like Texas did in 1835, or the United States did in 1776. I mean, he's acting like there's not other options other than voting, and you're not going to push people to the edge. Like, this is how you get this, with your mobster Tammany Hall bullshit, where you're coming and extorting me for programs, and then go, it's for the greater good. No, it's because these people are fucking lazy, or that's why, and they don't.
Just fucking hate you because this is literally the byline for the last 45 years. I have money, you don't. Go fuck yourself. That's what we hear all the time. And I don't blame them for wanting to bring out the pitchforks.
They should pay for their children.
I came from nothing.
On a level, I agree with you, Lactoid, but the reason why these people have no problem jacking the rich and why they say eat the rich is because they have to deal with Gibbs. All day, every day. That is the bylaw.
Because I work hard. I work 80 hours a week, 90 hours a week. And they
don't care.
Well, good. And they don't care. They expect working 40 hours a week to live my lifestyle. Fuck that shit. That's ridiculous. I have heard on this panel multiple times people go, we should pay for somebody else's happiness. Their happiness? Like, they should get, on food stamps, they get beans, rice. That's it. Maybe a multivitamin. You're welcome. Show off the price. No, you're not your happiness. You don't get
dehydrated water.
Look, I want to agree with you here. I really do.
No lobster. It's ridiculous.
Look, I want to agree with you here on a level because, like, I am tired of the leftist college kids who have no investment, who don't have any kind of real job, and they want to tell me how they're going to remake society for the betterment of everyone. Okay, I'm with you on that shit. It's fucking annoying. They're a bunch of LARPing little bastards. On the other side of this, though, like, consistently is that we're going to bring up an issue. And then anytime that issue doesn't fucking smack you in the goddamn nose, you don't give a fuck.
Exactly.
Like, all right, that's fine. But just expect that sooner or later, somebody's going to take that fucking mentality and shove it right up your ass, dude.
It's going to be all the time. That's what's going to happen. I don't understand why you're confused about the group. Like, you're sitting here telling me that the people are going to come together to smack it down and extort us, when it's the same people that are on my side are the ones that are all the gun nuts. Like, I don't understand whether it's going to be problems. Is that what you want? You
want what millions of starving masses do when they get desperate, dude?
Have you seen what happens when you go against people that have all the guns? It's a bad plan. Like, I don't understand why you think this is a good plan. Like, bro, if you're going to sit here and tell me the U.S. government's going to come down to Texas and arrest every citizen, because the average citizen in Texas is what, like 3.5 guns? Like, and that's what we're reporting.
Why do you think the majority of Texans will actually back you? I know Texans, they're a little bit loopy.
They will back me. This is what I deal with every day.
They're not going to, dude. I guarantee they're not fucking going to.
They know that we're sick of paying for other people's choices. Like, a lot.
Wait, let's just ask Cracky, and he'll tell us. He's a fellow Texan.
You literally make shitloads of money because of the fact that we buy your oil, and then you act like you're getting fucked.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up, dude.
Wait, we have the other side of the coin right here. Ika, what do you think? You're a fellow Texan.
I mean, I've grown up all my life hearing people talking about seceding from the U.S. or whatever. Problem is, they have their guns, but they don't pick them up and use them.
They're winning elections.
Because we're used to, it's not just Texans, it's Americans. We are too, like, we don't know what war is like. We are too We're too comfortable, right? It's sort of like what the Klingons like to say about the Federation, right? Like we've just gotten too comfortable. We're not willing to do what it would take to do that kind of thing. And in order for people to be ready to do something like that, the amount of suffering that they have to go through prior to that would have to be so great that they think the suffering of war would be preferable to whatever it is that they're going through. And we're not anywhere near that level. I don't think we are.
I agree with that.
But hold on, I did want to say,
Tom, thank you for being here, friend.
Appreciate the invite.
Take care of you well.
Peace out, brother.
Yeah,
always a pleasure.
I did want to respond to Lactoid though, because what Lactoid said earlier,
and I'll let you do that. Just to be clear, we're in bonus time now, so if anyone here wants to leave, feels like they have to head out, then feel free to do so. But before, in case that happens later on, hey, Ghosty, we'd love to have you in the future. You can stick around. But I'm saying we'd love to have you in the future. Would you like to be part of future stuff?
Hell yeah, I'm down. You're willing to have me. Thanks for having me last minute, by the way.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I will send you a friend request, and yeah, we can we'll have you in the future. I'll send you invites.
Cool. Thanks
so much. Yeah, and again, if you need to head out, just you can do so. You're not held here. Okay. But go ahead, Aiko.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to respond to Lactoid because he was talking about countries that that have all these incentivizations, like for birth tend not to have good birth rates. I think you might have the causality reversed on that, right? Like if they're not going to have those kind of incentives unless they're already having a birth rate problem. So making that association is a bit like saying hospitals make people sick. 'Cause look at all the people at the hospital; they're all sick.
No,
so it must be the hospital that's causing it.
Let me be clear. I'm not saying that it has the alternative effect. I'm not saying that if you pay women to have children, that you're going to get less children. That's not necessarily what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it obviously doesn't fix shit, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, well, but you can't say that either because it might be. We don't have the counterfactual, right? If we could look at an alternate universe where they don't introduce any of those programs, the birth rate might be actually lower. So I don't think we can say just because it hasn't stopped the birth rate from falling, we don't know that it hasn't mitigated.
But it's still terminal regardless if it's below replacement, right? It hasn't fixed it enough to be beyond terminal.
Yeah, you brought up Germany, and the thing is, they have a combination of responses. One of them is all of the things that you talked about to incentivize the increase in the birth rate, but they also brought in 1 million Syrians, right? They didn't do that out of the goodness of their own heart, right? They did it because they need workers and they need people to have kids, and immigrants tend to do that, right?
And what's the fertility rate as of 2020?
It's a combination of efforts.
Wait, what's their fertility rate as of 2021?
The Syrians?
Germany as a total
group. I think it's around 1.5, 1.6. I believe.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that's why they need immigration.
Yeah, but isn't fertility in Syria also dropping?
I'm sure it must be. Yeah,
maybe because it's been a civil war for literally the last 10 years.
It's
but
not,
okay,
it's
in fact, arguably births per woman in Syria, which is lower than it used to be, but still bigger than the replacement rate.
Right? Yeah, it is slightly bigger than the replacement rate. Now,
but it is dropping.
It is, of course, it's going to drop. My argument is, and I haven't seen the numbers, but I mean, this is kind of from what I know about fertility rate, the war in Syria may have temporarily prolonged the fertility rate because when you have a stable, progressing economy, rising GDPs, and women getting into into education and the workplace and having access to birth control, that's when you see a dropping birth rate. Now, again, you can take Prime's position here and say, I don't give a fuck about the birth rate. Who gives a fuck? We can all die and be replaced by robots. We can. Who gives a fuck? Sure. Well, I'm just saying, if you take the position, that's a difficult position to argue against. I'm just saying that there has been a movement in this country and a lot of places arguing, well, the solution here is obviously free childcare, free maternal and parental leave, free in some countries paying people to have kids. And these programs, you're right, we don't have the counterfactual. It could be that the fertility rate for these specific countries would have dropped like below, could have dropped fucking negative. Who knows, right? But regardless, it doesn't appear to actually have any noticeable effect on raising it. All the rates appear to be following the exact same trajectory as they were prior to these policies being implemented. So these policies being implemented are obviously ineffective, and you're stealing money from people to pay for these policies anyway. So the fact that there's no evidence for their efficacy, I think, is a black mark against the policies, because whenever you do a government policy, the burden of proof is on you to prove that the government policy is actually efficacious, since you're taking money away from the economy to do the program in the first place. And if it's not efficacious, then why are you taking the money in the first place? You have to prove it. It's the burden of proof should be on the government.
I'm getting out of here, fellas.
Yeah, I do think
thank you for having me, guys.
Take care. Always pleasure.
Are we really out of time already? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Yeah, I know you've been ranting.
Well, if you'll shut up every now and
again. But yeah, go ahead, Aiko. I do have responses for Electrode, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I do agree that the government has like a responsibility to prove it, right? But I don't think that just saying that birth rates are low after these policies have been introduced is enough to say that they don't work. I think there's more sophisticated ways of like measuring that data and determining whether or not it works. But it seems to me that making parenthood more of a chore instead of less of a chore is just like not a good strategy, right? Like making it easier to be a parent, like at least makes intuitive sense. But I'm happy to look deeper into the data and see why governments think these policies work.
So I'm looking at an article, and I haven't finished this article, right? It has a lot of twists and turns in this thing. So like, I'll keep going, and if I find new information, then I'll like update you, right? But it's a very long article from National Geographic. I'll toss a link in our group DM, and you guys can peruse it yourself.
There's an NIH study too. Is that what you're talking about? By chance?
No.
Okay, I'm going to link that.
This is called "The Pandemic Delivered a Surprise to Nordic Countries: A Baby Boom." So unlike in other nations, the Nordic countries had like an increase in births, and this was interesting for a few reasons. One, like researchers do expect when the economy is doing better and people are more economically secure, that they have more babies, right? That's the way these things usually go. And then the opposite is true too. When they are on shaky ground, they have less babies, right? So make people more economically secure, like I was saying before. It's in the article. But beyond that, they're like trying to examine why this might have happened. Part of it, and only part of it, but part of it is the safety net, right? They are talking to mothers within the article, and they're saying exactly this: that their careers are put on pause because of the pandemic, and like they get paid to have like they get a replacement check when you have a kid, right? Like a certain percentage of your paycheck is covered, and so like having those babies would bring in money, and they're like, oh, we're going to do that any which way, so let's do it, right? And so people started having more babies there. That's only part of the issue, though, and it doesn't explain why France, for instance, didn't have as much of a bump. I think it did have some bump, is my understanding, but not as much. So there's more to the article, but I'm 75 the way down the article, so I'll let you know from there. Ty?
I want to chime in on this because there's a couple of data points that I've looked at here, and I'll just put it in this regard. I don't think anyone's cracked the code on exactly like what the change needs to be, because I do kind of generally agree with the general assessment that with Lactoid, where he's like, hey, women get education, they try to build careers, they have less kids, right? Like that is the general equation. I don't have a problem with that. In fact, I probably want to keep that. The issue is like, all right, cool. How do we rebound this to where we still want to have families to the point where, people are at least content and happy? There is a level where I do want to reiterate what I said earlier, and I know it pissed some people off, but it is the reality, having a kid is laborious, right? You're going to have to take out time for it. And regardless of if you have maternity leave or not, is that you are going to take not only your personal time out, but just a general level of your career skill set will not be being built up when you're taking that out, which makes you more of an economic liability for any kind of firm to take you on, right? Like, that's just a reality. I don't know how you compensate a firm for that. I'm not going to explore that. But the general level here is that I don't have a problem with the idea of at least people trying to say, we're going to pay people to have kids. I do agree with Lactoid on, we should ask the question, is it effective? And the answer for me is I have no fucking idea. Because there are countries that seem to subsidize this stuff, and they do have bumps, and they do have some level of recovery. There's some countries who seem not to, and not to do anything, and they have ridiculously high levels of childbirth, and they still have birth control. So there's some levels where I think it is culture. I think there's some levels where it's financial, but I don't think we have a silver bullet, but we need to be looking for it, because Lactoid is correct. The world birth rate is now like 2.3. We're going to cross that threshold within the next 20 years. And maybe it'll work all fine and we'll just get through it. But the last I checked, we do not have a economic or political model for degrowth.
So what do you mean by threshold? That's why when people say like the irreplaceable birth rate, are we talking about economically, or are we talking about it gets to the point where it's irreversible and we don't have enough people literally to match up to end human society?
Oh, okay. So the second part's the big question. The first part we've got a pretty good idea on. Every ism that you can think of, capitalism, socialism, all the isms, they're all built on a world that actually is increasing in population and scale and just macroeconomics. No one is used to having like massive population degrowth from just people not having kids. It's never happened before.
Wait, that's not true. That's not true. Like how many societies and examples do you see where they talk about communism, they talk about like planning? Like, I guess there's a truth that they've been planning currently for it to always go higher, but like always you see these dystopian movies, the idea to say you have a socialist or communist or like authoritarian hellscape where they're like, oh, you have to apply for breeding rights or you have to apply for like all that. Like, they definitely plan for that in a lot of these kind of like isms. I don't know that the idea that they're always planning on being on forward is true.
Well, they are. Like, remind you that if you get your breeding license or whatever, whether it's the fascists of like the Nazis or like Starship Troopers, is that when you get your breeding license, you're expected to have 10 kids.
I got to the end of that article, and it reminded me of something that I don't know why I didn't bring up previously. My own fault, but you're right when you say that careers are anti-baby, right? That gets in the way. I think they're anti-baby for a few reasons. One of them is the expectation that the woman should be the one to take care of the child, right? That most of that work will fall on her. If we change that dynamic, I think that would go a long way to help, right? If we try to equalize that dynamic, that would be really helpful. But what Ty was saying previously, saying, well, women can't have it all. I think that's true within our current societal makeup, right? The way we currently treat jobs. So along with making people economically secure, what we have to do is make it so they have options, like women have options to have a baby and do their career, right? To do these things in tandem, right? So that they can't have it all. So we can't ask women to just give up on their dreams. We're not going to go back in time, right? No matter what conservatives want. We're not going to go back in time where women didn't have options and were at home. So the only thing to do is to give them more ways to work, right? So like telework, being able to work remotely, like that'll be a big boon, I think. Actually giving more people the chance to work from home, to take care of their children, and to continue on with whatever it is they want to do. I think that'll be a big help. And we have to increase other options like that, right? Like having more childcare at work. That's another thing that we could do. There's a bunch of options that'll make it easier. And so when a woman specifically, when she's thinking through her options, she's like, I can make this work. I can make this work and not have to give things up, right? So that should be our goal.
A couple things.
Go ahead. I want to reply to this.
Go ahead, Taya.
Yeah, the second question to Ghosty. This one's a little bit more nebulous than what you asked, but I didn't get a chance to close that one out. No one knows at what point that you can hit where you can't generate an actual replacement generation. We've had some pretty good examples of how bad it can get and still continue. The Russians are actually a really good example of this. After having the World War I, World War II, where it absolutely eviscerated out an entire scoop of a generation in series, there is 40% of their population that doesn't exist within an age cohort. And we see that verbatim. Ironically enough, they're killing the age cohort now in Ukraine. The reason this matters is that we know at some point you can have too few people to actually become, what's the word for it? Solvent, I guess is the word I want to use here. You're looking at the end of your society if that happens. I can't tell you what that number is, but I can tell you that it is theoretically possible, and it's hyper concerning because when that happens, it's civilizational collapse. You're talking Bronze Age, collapse where literally all of history ends.
I don't think we're near that, though. When people are talking about your replacement levels, I think they're mostly talking about the economy, right? And when we think about the countries with that do have the highest birth rates and the most kids, I feel like we constantly are asking, why aren't we having as many kids? Why aren't we having the same rates? When we think about the highest countries, we're not asking why are they having the highest rates and is it worth it to I don't know. I just think that's left out a lot. People are having kids later in life. People used to have kids a lot younger. And honestly, it could be even the effect of them rushing into marriages and having so many kids with probably not the right people to cause so many people to have messed up marriages and then failed relationships and causing a lower birth rate today. So I think by trying to force people, I don't know, to having kids into I'm not saying that any of you guys are saying this, but I feel like a lot of people are trying to go back to this world of just willy-nilly having kids with anybody at a very young age just to get birth rates back up. I don't think that's actually helpful. I think things like maternity leave would probably be a lot more helpful.
So there's levels where I'm 100% with you, and there's levels where I'm 50%. The maternity leave, I'm kind of a little bit with Lactoid. I don't have a solid evidence that's actually helping that much. But the part where at least I will go with you is I don't really want to go back in time, right? I don't want to go back to the pre-industrial era. I don't want to have it where we don't have birth control, and more particularly, I don't want it to where my kid is going to die of tetanus, right? All those things, let's not go back to. On the other side of that is that I am seriously concerned about what the ramifications are on that economic socio-matter front. We're going to get the test run here over the next 20 years of how bad it can get. We've got Japan that's coming up first. They're about to go into full mass retirement. Germany is 5 years behind them, and that will be largely by 2035. And then you have a number of other countries that go along with it. What happens to these societies when they have more people who are retired than they have working? We don't know how that works. We've never been there. But how, every major institution that you can think of is put to maximum level strain because what is our societies built out to do? Take care of its citizens. Well, what happens when you literally have more people that are just riding on the system than you actually legitimately have working in the system trying to maintain it? Don't want to go down the whole pull your own weight argument 100% because this is a collective enterprise. All of this is, we are a country made up of citizens. But on the other side of that, we've already seen where Japan is. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Dogs are being feisty. Long story short, Japan's had it where they haven't had kids for 40 years. Germany's not far behind them. We already know that they have huge costs of labor. They haven't had economic growth, Japan has not had economic growth in 30 years. How do you manage decline? I don't know. So sorry to rant, but this is kind of my forte.
Go ahead, Lactoid.
So I guess I don't know what to say what I haven't already said, which is that like I understand that the actual things that would be needed to be done to increase the fertility rate. I don't think that I just don't think there's a political will to do so. I don't think birth control is going anywhere. That would be a major factor. I don't think that. I mean, abortion might change, but I think that's going to be relatively small compared to birth control. Education and career orientation of women, I think, is expanding, and I think that the fact that a lot of people see the cure as like things that I don't perceive to have any major effect, right? Like free childcare, or you hear Bernie Sanders talking about it. You hear like a lot of people talking about it as though it is the cure, when it appears to have no evidence of any kind of significant efficaciousness. And I'm not really even seeing evidence of any significant efficaciousness really at all. But that's just, again, based on, I guess, some short-term reviewing of the stats here.
Hey, friend, like I'm looking at this data.
Yeah, look at the graph in Scandinavia.
The link that I sent you, right? Is that what you're looking at as well? The Scandinavian fertility rate? Right. If you look at this graph, right, so it's fertility rate in Nordic countries from 2000 to 2023, right? So what we've been talking about is how the Scandinavians are apparently not having babies.
That's what I was going to address. You can look this up. Finland every year, even including the pandemic, has lost fertility.
Yeah. Hold on. So let me address this, right? But there is a trend in the data. They were having more babies. There was an increase in the trend line for all nations there, right? But then there's a curious drop-off. When was this drop-off? 2009, 2010. After we got hit with the Great Recession. And the results have been permanent since. There's been a straight decline, except there was a bump again during the pandemic, like I said previously, and then there was a decline again. Like, so looking at this, what this tells me is that it's not that those policies weren't working. Those policies were working previously. I think we're seeing larger macroeconomic trends that are affecting this population. I think that lots of things broke, and after the Great Recession, we're still living the effects of that right now in this nation. But part of part of the things that broke here are the birth rates. People are feeling less secure, and so as the years gone by, we've still had this slump. So I think that looking at this data again, it only strengthens my argument. I think,
no,
right?
I don't think so. I don't think that you can look at 2010 as any kind of significant drop-off point. I think what you're doing is you're looking at a very narrow set of time. Look at the drop since the 70s.
Exposure all the time.
Wait, look at the drop since the 70s. Okay, the little movements that you're pointing to are hyper zoomed in on a specific timeline. Look at drops since the 70s.
I don't have that.
I linked you for Finland, right? For Finland fertility rate, and you can take a look at that and see the fucking drop. The reality is the economy since 2008 has been, I mean, after coming out of that kind of global recession, the fucking drop, literally. Following the Great Recession, I mean, the economy's been fine, but again, it appears as though there's like this weird thought process here of, you literally go back 100 years and you have incredibly high fertility rates, and then here we are now with very low fertility rates, and you guys are advocating for doing the thing that keeps us going further away from the policies and the culture that we had back when the fertility rate was high. There's something very counterintuitive about this, right? It's like saying, okay, look, here we are where we have tons of birth control, where women are going into the career fields and education fields, and we're seeing a corresponding drop in fertility, much higher, by the way, amongst developed countries that have even more of this than the developing countries who have less of this. But as the developing countries get more of this, they lose fertility. And so obviously the way we can combat fertility rates is by doing the thing that leads all developed countries to losing fertility rate. It just doesn't make any sense. again, if you don't care about fertility rate, then that's your decision. But explain to me how why is it the case that the wealthy developed countries have a dropping fertility rate if it's not the case that like these economic strength and economic expansion also correspond to lower fertility rate?
Well, because it's a multifactorial problem. It's because we have a lot of different things happening, right? So if the fertility rate is dropping because one thing we know is that when people get more prosperous, they tend to have fewer children. Maybe it's because they have more options in life. They have a lot more things that they can do besides having kids that having kids would distract from, and so that's not what they want.
That's what I'm saying.
We know that people are having kids at later ages for that reason, but none of that is a response to having if anything, if you respond to that by, if your life is easier if you don't have kids because you have all these other opportunities and you lose all of those opportunities when you have kids, having programs that will make having kids less of an issue can be positive. The study that I linked you in says that in 12 out of 21 countries, simple cash payments to families increase the fertility rates in the country. I sent you the study. I sent you links from it.
Where was the study?
I'm sorry. It's all in the group DM. If you scroll up,
there was one specifically about policies.
It's one that was a link from the NIH, and then if you look into it, it was an article that was published in the International Journal of, I guess, RES. What would that stand for? It says RES Public Health, Responsible Public Health? I don't know. But yeah, that's the journal that it was published in. And it's being republished by the NIH. And I sent you the link if you scroll. I can send it again.
What effect did the cash payments have on increasing fertility rate?
Let's see. I'll read it again. I linked you those links as well, and then I actually linked pasted the quote as well. Cash benefit expenditure made the largest contribution to fertility improvement in 12 out of 21 countries, and there's more data in there if you want to dig through it.
Well, what was the effect size of the money? And how much money was it?
So if you scroll down to the discussion section. It'll have links to tables that it can show you. So I'd have to look and link those to you as well. But I gave you the whole study. But I can go down to that part too.
Yeah, I'm having a difficult time finding it, but I'll keep looking.
So
I'll link them again.
My problem is I'm looking at that. So some of that Finland data. And thanks for that. But like our friend Aiko said, this is a multi-factor issue, right? There are many things pushing and pulling on this. And so what I'm curious, and I'm literally searching because I don't know Finnish history, right? I'm not like a European, a fancy European like our friend Lactoid here. But I'm curious if we see a drop off in birth rates. Is that when women entered the workforce in Finland, right? En masse? I wouldn't be surprised if it was. If this is
it's the expansion of access to birth control.
Yeah, number one killer
or birth control. Okay, yeah. Birth control, great. So we're seeing that there was an effect in society, right? A new factor within society, and then there was a response, right? And then from there. Births have leveled out. I think what's happening is that we're trying to find a new natural birth rate, and I think so. I'm basically going to go with Ty's argument here, and that this is okay. That we're seeing this decline, and we're figuring out. We're reordering society. We're reordering society around women having more choices. We're reordering society on women having access to birth control. And we haven't figured out that proper balance yet. Unless we go back, unless we're saying we're going to lock women up, and reverse all these things, to get to an inflated birth rate where they had no choice in the matter. Unless we're going to do that, the best way would be to simply give them more options, make them economically secure. Like our friend Aiko was saying, if you make it harder on them, right? If you make these things harder, how in the world will that help? That surely does not help. Like you point to Afghanistan, but it's not simply that that they don't have access to these programs, right? And so they're having more babies. They don't have access to these programs, but they also don't have access to education. They don't have access to career opportunities. They don't have the ability to leave the house without a male escort. And so, yeah, that also is a factor. So we're trying to isolate one thing here, but there's so many things involved. So I would say, yes, these programs are helpful to women, absolutely, are helpful to families, absolutely. But there are so many things here that it's difficult to tease them apart. So you can see a country that has these programs, right? But you can see a birth decline. Well, yeah, but that country is also their standard of living has shot up, right? We're not going to reverse that. That's not part of the plan. And so, yeah, we just have to like reorganize society around this new reality. What is the mix that we can find? What is the mix of policies and incentives that will get couples to have more kids? At least, and by more kids, I mean just hit the replacement rate. You know, like if that's a problem for you, it's not a problem for me. But just hit the replacement rate. Anything above that, anything slightly above that, consider that a bonus. But that shouldn't be what we're shooting for. Go ahead, Gibbs.
You're never going to hit the replacement rate.
So I've been kind of just curious about something here while y'all been arguing this, and I don't know. I know that we're factoring in some new stuff here, like we have birth control and we have, women's rights, all sorts of new things, right? But I decided I wanted to take a look-see throughout history on a larger time scale, because y'all were talking about the 70s, and then we're talking about like between 2010, that not being a very big scale. So I wanted to look at a few civilizations in ancient antiquity that had their birth rates. So I got this
data for that for sure.
Right, so I mean, I was using Google for this, right? It's the best.
Google upgraded from Bing. Awesome.
Hey, we're working on it. So Google said, basically on the place I found that Egypt had like a 4.5 in the Upper Egypt, a 3.4 in Lower Egypt, right? And that they said due to it becoming less agrarian. I was like, okay, that makes sense. So it's like, well, let's look at Rome. Well, Rome seems to be an outlier. Rome seems to be very civilized, very unagrarian society, and their women have seemed to between 6 and 9. And so I'm like, all right, let's compare these two. They seem like I would think that these would be, similar, but apparently not. And then like ancient Sumeria shot up. I don't remember. It had a bunch of varying numbers, but they're all really high. And then so it seems like throughout history, there's kind of like some like places that become less agrarian are very much like in line with what y'all are saying, where like, the more like civilized, the more like, moving into the cities, the less the kids they have. And then there are others, like I said, with Rome that seem to be quite the exception to that. And, when I look at it, what this tells me is that nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about when we say going back to a better time. And it's like, yeah, people were having 8 kids back in whatever day, with the Industrial Revolution or whatever. And I don't know. It doesn't sound like people know what they're talking about. It also seems to go by region, seem to have a lot to do with how many kids people are having.
I'll separate this. Who's up first?
Can I just say something super fast?
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say, I think I'm just curious, like when we talk about birth rates, are we considering how many people died too? Or are we considering death rates? Are people having more kids because like only like 2 out of the 5 will survive? I'm just curious to see like think about those ratios too when we talk about this.
Well, that's actually the beautiful part about the society that we live in. We've actually solved the child mortality problem to a large degree, because we literally went from losing half our kids to losing 0.0134, some shit like that.
Thank you vaccines, and thank you toilets.
True, based. Anyway, here's the thing I'll pick with Gibbs' data, because this is some fun history stuff. It is region dependent. It definitely seems to be that people like temperate zones a lot. It really seems that only since the invention of air conditioner do people really actually survive well in like hot tropical environments. But we'll digress that for another day.
Except for Central America and South America, they seem to now it's kind of blown that out of the water. I would agree with you up until till just like maybe a few months ago, but now they're finding all these cities in Central and South America, which would be a non-temperate zones, and they think there are millions and millions of people could have been here.
Well, okay, so let me hit this, because this has a lot of the same overlap. So you can talk about like former Tenochtitlan, which is what used to be Mexico City under like the Aztecs. We can talk about the Maya, even though there's some questions we still have about them. But the general is this. You usually have like one major urban core, and then you'll have like a smattering of other places, but you're still talking about 90% of humans within all of these societies being agrarian. They are literally subsistence farmers who are literally just trying to make enough food to feed themselves and send enough off to the cities to make a profit to get to next year. Rome is literally that too. Like, the only reason Rome we think of as such amazing thing is because they basically pulled a Western China to where they integrated all of the Western peoples, or the vast majority of them, into one governing entity. And we have never seen that before or since. So yeah, they have a fourth of the human population, but most of them don't live in Rome or in the city. Most of them don't live in any of the cities. They live out in the fucking Asia Minor, or, you know, in the Gaul, or whatever the fuck else place that is part of the empire.
Gaul.
I mean, yeah, it used to be called, France used to be called Gaul back in the day.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, yeah, long story short, like, there's, like, actually most of human history, if there was ever a city, the death rate in the city would just kill people in mass because of pandemics, and then they would constantly refresh themselves from immigration from the countryside, because they had 6 kids, and they had excess people.
Okay, so
can I say just a couple things? I looked at the study that you linked, Aiko. Just to be clear, you're saying it has like the most effect in 12 out of the 21 countries studied. It's specifically comparing.
That's what they say in their discussion section.
Well, the discussion section, it's important to clarify. It's saying the most as of 2 other things that were tried. So there's like 3 policies, and this one had the most effect in 12 out of the 21 countries, as compared to the tax incentives and compared to some other proposal as well, right? And so it's not like this has the most of anything, right? It just has the most in terms of other types of incentive payments. The actual effect sizes here are tiny. The actual effect sizes, like how much this actually influenced fertility, is very small. And you can look, I mean, a lot of studies don't even find any positive correlation. You will find some studies that do. But the effect sizes are small. It's weakly correlated.
Yeah, that's what they mean by a weak positive relationship, right? But that means it does have a positive effect. Like, it's part of the solution. It's not the fix, but it's part of it.
And this is where I will absolutely flip like tables, and where I will absolutely side more with the Gibbs and Lactoid. Like, is this investment worth it? And right now, I'm largely with the data that it doesn't seem to be. Hopefully that changes. But I think we're going to have to see somebody jump off the cliff and then see how bad it can get before people actually remobilize to go, oh, hey, we need to have more kids. Rest in peace, Japan.
Yeah, the reason why, how we know it's not going to...
Japan has rejected immigration. That's a big part of the problem.
Yeah, they've rejected immigration, and they've rejected doing anything to help having more kids. So we're going to watch a country of 120 million people, and they're going to drop to something on the order of 80 million people within the next 40 years. Like, this is going to be an interesting case study.
Even as their elderly population goes up.
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, the actual fertility rate, I think fertility rate increase was like 80 point something per 100,000 to 86 per 100,000. It's very, very small effect sizes. And by the way, you have to give a relatively large amount of money to get any kind of effect size. So for a household that's lower income, about $3,000 annually. And then for a larger household, you have to start giving more money, $4,000, $5,000, to get that little bit of an increase. Now, the reason why, I suppose, yes, you have found some studies that indicate a very small effect size of an increase. My overall point here is that this is nothing, that every single country that does this cannot hit replacement rate. None of them have hit replacement rate. This is largely ineffective. And there's a reason why consistently all these countries that are trying it will fail and have consistently failed. And they're not going to get back to replacement rate. It's just not going to happen. If that's something you care about.
What's your view of the finding? Do you think that it's an insignificant finding, or do you think that there's more to
it? Can you repeat that? Sorry, I didn't hear the full question.
I just wanted to see what you thought of the results of that study, the one that Lactoid and I are talking about. Since you're dealing with studies all the time, like, do you think this is an insignificant effect?
No, not at all. Especially since this is basically whatever in the social sciences, like, you generally don't find super large effect sizes. It's pretty rare, especially when you're looking at whatever population aggregate data. So even like a small one, means something. So yeah, that is significant. Maybe not as to your point of
weak relationship.
It's
not something.
To fix the problem
this is not the silver bullet? Absolutely not. But like just like Lactoid's prescription of just like going to the gym, that is not the silver bullet for the incels. Doing that alone is not the silver bullet.
No, that is the silver bullet. That absolutely is the silver bullet. I really wanted to get into like what I think with the silver. I don't think this is the silver bullet, but what I think that should happen, I think that would be effective, is kind of going back to what I was saying before about how there should be, I think, more probably cultural or social pressure that we should all be contributing to. It's free to do so. To have a bunch of kids and marry somebody who is actually going to be able to provide for you and your family, as opposed to demanding that the government do it for you.
Yeah, that's super easy to do. All right, why don't we move past this? But thanks, everyone. Why don't we end it here? I think we've reached a bit of an impasse, right? An impasse where Prime is dominated and Lactoid has lost miserably. But
like he does every week. Standard Prime stuff
every week, but he's such a good sport. He comes back here no matter what, right? He loves a beating. But anyway, thank you all for coming here. Thank you to my man Pisco in chat. Nice to see you, friend. I've really missed you. I hope you're doing well. And I'd really like to hang out with you again. Missed you a lot. It really made my day to see you there. And okay, so let's give an outro to all these kind individuals, and we'll come back later. Lactoid, thank you for being here, buddy. This is a lot of fun. And you were a great villain, right? Villains are defeated in the end, right, by heroes. But thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate it. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube if you liked what I had to say. Just wanted to end by reiterating something that I think Gibbs touched on, that I think is important to say all the time. Taxation is indeed theft. It's important to recognize that it is a moral wrong. And although we can recognize that people may have the power to enforce their will over us, that doesn't mean that they have the justification to enforce their will over us.
Okay, let's go to Tiberius. Thank you for joining us, friend.
Oh, thank you for inviting me once again. I'm not used to being second. Being up here with Lactoid on the top of the screen is fun. Anyway, as far as my... Wait, what?
Because you're white.
Whiteness, he orders it by whiteness.
Although
I'm usually at the bottom of the screen. Shut up, Igal. Anyway, look, as far as me, I think sometimes you have solutions that rely on you. If you can take that initiative and to make your life better, by all means, please fucking do it. On the other side of that, I think there's plenty of things that we can work together on as communities and as a country to help make those things better. Like I'm fine with using tools that are available to help make our lives better. And I'm happy to have these conversations with all of you to actually try to maybe figure that out. Do I have all the answers? Fuck no. But if you actually enjoy anything that I have to say, I play Victoria 3 a lot on my stream. I'm pretty much finishing up a game where we're trying to run Spain and reconquer the old Spanish Empire. We're about halfway through and it's 1900. So it's kind of a mess. But anyway, if any of that seems interesting to you, check me out, Tiberius D, on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks for inviting me, Prime. Primes to Prime.
Thank you so much, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks a lot. You were great here today.
Thank you. For once, sometimes I do good things. Try my best. Definitely took a lot of twists and turns. Starting with I just want to discuss some simple abortion and consent issues and emerging technologies, and we went into fertility, population growth, etc. Always cool stuff. And always interesting. Always grateful to be here and to be invited. And I just wanted to more or less say one thing again in response to Lactoid, okay? Just as, like I said, the gym is not the silver bullet. Going to the gym is a good thing. I go to the gym. I'm regularly physically active. You should go to the gym. It's overall good for you, for your health. And going to the gym for your health is a good reason to go. But going to the gym will not solve your confidence or insecurities, just as buying a motorcycle won't solve your confidence or insecurities. So I'll leave it there. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube. It's Corey Campbell. Cracky Magoo, Gibbs, Tiberius D, Factoid, always a pleasure, and pleasure to meet you, Ghosty.
Thanks so much, friend. I was going to say something, but I'll wait for later. Let's go to Admiral Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs, for coming through and putting up the good fight.
Oh yeah, it's fun. Always good times. I do want to say, Corey's right. The gym won't solve those problems, and therapy probably won't either. But you know what will? That $15 bottle of whiskey that will get rid of all your confidence issues, and you're going to be living the good life, one way or the other. And anyway, if you like anything I have to say, Admiral Gibbs, everyone else, choose that.
Okay. Next we have our friend Aiko. Cracky Magoo. I just noticed that. Thank you for coming through, friend.
Yeah, no problem. I actually changed my name on Discord to that the last time Gibbs brought that name up. So yes, I'm starting to adopt it as part of my personality. I just want to say one little caveat, and I think Corey would agree with me on this caveat. Going to the gym might be some small part of the solution. It's just not the silver bullet, right? So just as these policies in Germany might be, one small part of the solution, but probably not enough to solve the problem, just by itself. I'm sure we'll talk about this after stream, but I think going to the gym is part of the solution. I think if you do that, you get all the benefits that Corey was talking about in terms of your health. But I think also it'll have an effect on your dating life. Is it as dramatic as the effect that Lactoid claims that it'll have? No, I don't think so. But I think it is like part of that solution. Just like all of the other suggestions that people have made, take a shower every once in a while, that sort of thing is absolutely a part of it too. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And then finally, we have our friend Ghosty. It was really nice meeting you. Glad that you made an appearance. Yeah, and we'd like to have you in the future.
Okay, yeah, thank you for having me on, especially as a last-minute guest, and I would love to come back in the future. It was nice meeting and talking with all you guys. And Cracky Magoo here kind of stole half of what I was about to use as my outro. But yeah, I do think similar to going to the gym is one part of it, but it won't fix everything. I also think that when we look at the birth rate issues, we're kind of dividing it into a very black and white thing. And I think there's a lot of gray areas. I don't think it's just this kind of society and culture will always have the most kids, and then women working in this kind will always have the less amount of kids, or I just think there's a lot of more in between, and we're kind of making it a very black and white issue right now. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, yeah. Where could people find you?
Yeah, I forgot that part. Okay, I'm Ghosty. I'm on YouTube and X, and it's spelled with a 6 as a G and 2 I's, so 6 HOSTII X and YouTube.
Okay. So I'm gonna send this off to a person we haven't actually rated in a long time. But they're playing a game. Looks fun. I don't know. Sent you off to OMG Lick Kitty. Enjoy yourself there. I'm awkwardly waiting for this thing to end as usual. And here we go. Awkwardness over. Okay. All right. So we're out. But yeah, thank you again, Ghosty. Have a good one. And yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're out.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, always interesting.
Is anyone sticking around at all?
I was going to stick around for a bit. I can't stick around for too long. One thing I wanted to say, Prime, I guess before. This is not related to the panel as an aside. So remember, I told you about one of my job stories and one of the crazy, wild job stories that I had.
Yeah.
I have another one coming up. I'm writing about it, and it's even more wild than the original one. I told you.
Okay. Yeah. You writing an article for a news site or something, or
no, just a Substack that allows me to pretty much put it. I have audio recordings and clips.
Okay.
Stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear it.
Investigative reporting.
our friend Corey who goes through some shit. So, yeah, like, are you gonna share all that?
Has read it, I think, or some of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I've read it. Yeah.
Are you going to share your original thing, the thing that your original problem with people, or is that private? I don't know if what's private. So.
Oh no, I don't mind. You mean?
It's in the article. It's gonna be public. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Well, then, yeah, people should. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, people should read this because, yeah, Corey, like he's had some occupational issues, unfortunately.
Which is no surprise. Corporations aren't very good actors, and especially the people that fill those corporations don't seem to be the best actors. But yeah, and also I guess iCal. So I have Prime knows one of the first stories of my bad job experience, and now iCal knows the second one. And so the first one, so the one that Prime knows that you don't know, and even Lactoid knows this because I consulted him once for his legal expertise, of like this company used my likeness to pretty much like market something, as in like I was supposed to give basically like a seminar or a webinar, and I was supposed to be like their speaker, and we were preparing for it, but the company ended up firing me, or letting me go, laying me off. But they still used my likeness to like market the webinar, as in like they put me like I'm the invited speaker. Come see our webinar to see Corey speak. And then you go to the video and it's just it's not some old dude. It's the CEO that laid me off. But there's still the biography of me there saying, I'll send you the video. It's wild.
Are you gonna post it?
Yeah, I'll post it in the group chat. And then I'm writing a second. My second job experience that I was fired from is even more wild than that.
I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That sucks.
I mean, it sucks. It definitely in the moment was not fun, but in retrospect, for the best.
Corey's a high value employee, right? That's why they use his image, right? Because he knows what he's talking about.
Can you not sue for that? It's like, hey, you're using my likeness and I don't even work for you.
Literally what I asked Lactoid about.
Okay.
What did he say?
He said pretended like he doesn't know anything pretty much Canadian law.
Well, no. There's overlap. There's generally strong overlap between Canadian law and American law. Obviously, there's some exceptions, but I would agree with it. Based off of my own independent research, it might be faulty in Canadian law. It's like, yeah, the company pretty much can do whatever they want with my likeness. They pretty much like own it, as in, I was technically employed by the company when they did this webinar.
Well, there is a limit on how long they can use that, right? Like they wouldn't be able to use it like 10 years from now. Be like, hey, we got a webinar with Corey Campbell here. Like they wouldn't be able to do that, would they?
That I haven't.
That's a good
clarified. I'll have to double check.
I was under the impression this has happened after you were already terminated, and like that's not okay. Like I would be pissed.
Yeah, the company that I work for, we sometimes record lessons so that people can take them. Like I'll do live lessons on Zoom with them, but then I'll also do like pre-recorded ones that they can do. And there's some of the coaches have done a whole bunch of that pre-recorded work, and I do wonder, like when they leave the company, will they still be?
That would be the companies. That would be the companies.
Yeah.
I know that because that's.
But it's a bit risky, though, right? Because if that person is working for the competition, and now you've built up this person as being a really good coach, some of those kids might be like, I'm going to go over there now because that's where he is.
But there's also there's non-compete clauses and stuff built into that as well.
Well, non-competes have been greatly reduced. Yeah.
Well, even then, like I feel like. I mean, sure, there's a risk, but it's also like a lot of these companies are looking at it as risks. It's like, look at our library of whatever, right? Like, they'll have this. If you made that on there, they could even. I mean, I guess it depends on what they signed in the contract.
He's a colleague of mine, so I play his videos in my classes, and a lot of times the kids would be like, "Oh, I'd like to take a class from him. He's cool," and so that's not a problem because he works for us. But if you ever worked somewhere else and people had that reaction, I mean, I don't know. That does seem like it'd be a risk.
Yeah, Lactoid, do you have any insight into this? I know this is a random, like, obscure part of law, but like, if especially if you have like recorded your likeness, like it'd be one thing if you're doing like recording work, right? And like, okay, they own the recordings, and so they can do what they want with those recordings. But if you're simply an employee, right? How long do you think they could reasonably use your image afterwards?
I don't know. My guess is it's going to be state by state, nation by nation. It's going to be dictated, like what the specific prohibitions in this. It's going to be entirely dependent on whatever the local statutory authority is. I would be there is no kind of I can tell you, there's not going to be any kind of overarching authority on this. In terms of what the actual rule is.
So you're thinking this just has to be something that we've fought in court because there's very likely to not be a law here.
Well, no, there could be many different laws, is what I'm saying. It's like every state could have a different law.
Yeah, you remember what happened recently with Brianna Joy Gray, how she just got fired?
Yep,
from,
I do.
I think, The Hill or whatever, right? So I saw her being interviewed afterwards, and she was trying to defend herself. And I remember her saying, I hate for you to send you over to The Hill so they can make more money off my video, but that's where you're going to have to go to like look the whole thing and get the context, is what she was saying. So she was kind of like in a spot in her head where she really didn't want people going over to watch her video because it would enrich the employer that just fired her, right? And I'm not no fan of Brianna Joy Gray, but it is interesting that firing her like caused the numbers on that video to go sky high, right? And so there was
controversy. So
yes, exactly, yeah. So so they're and of course they can continue to show that video because they own that content. Like that's pretty explicit. But it's weird.
Well, one day you have to tell me why you don't like her, because I think she's amazing and wonderful, one of the best things ever.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Gibbs.
Oh no, this is no, finish what Sean. This is a little bit off center. This goes back to our other talk earlier in the show.
No, I just think it's an interesting. Well, the last thing I'll say, I just think it's an interesting idea. The question that Gibbs brought up, actually, that like how long can they use you? Like if I'm like if you have an employee of the year plaque, right? And of course I'd be the employee of the year naturally, right?
Of the century.
Yeah,
you're the only employee.
The only employees. But no, if there was an employee of the year plaque, and then they just never updated it, and then like I'm still the employee of the year 3 years later, and they're like using me in marketing or something, right? Oh, I didn't agree to be used in marketing, even though I was an employee. Like, can they just like use my image? But yeah, I don't know. I think that'd be an interesting question to ask. But sorry, Gibbs.
Oh yeah, so this is a little sidetrack.
Well, before you go off, I gotta bounce, so I'll catch you guys.
Oh damn it, Lactoid.
Yeah, hey, Lactoid. You still got legs? You still got legs there?
Yeah, leg check. Stand up, please.
Leg check.
I have legs.
Leg.
What the fuck?
I have legs. See this? This is a leg.
Okay.
No pants, Lactoid.
I have shorts on. I'm wearing.
It's literally not me today. What the fuck?
Okay. All right.
He's got the Hoochie Daddy shorts on. The knees.
Yeah.
Strike the pose.
Lactoid. Yeah. Great to see you again. I hope you're well. Hope you continue to do well. And thanks for giving me a good fight. I always appreciate it.
Yeah, you're amazing, friend.
Take care, Lactoid.
Love you guys.
Keep those legs.
I was gonna say this: motorcycles are fucking awesome, and going to the gym is the best thing you can do for your life. If you want to get laid, which of course,
oh my god,
that's I think that's a
but you don't even do that, do you?
That's a lesser aspiration. The
real if you lose a leg, are the ladies gonna like that? Or
then he's like Blackbeard.
I love this man. He's like, hey, this is how you go fuck, but I don't actually go fuck.
No. Listen. The actual aspiration is to ascend above the desire, like Gandhi, right? Is to ascend above the desire of women, and to desire nirvana.
I'm a Dionysus on this one, dude. Like, let's go.
It's very Catholic. You could be a monk now.
Truth. Anyway, Gibbs, this was fun.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring this up earlier. So I shared this thing because I brought up the Central America thing. Sure.
All righty. We're going to go through a few chats, and then we're going to write on out. Let's see what we got here. Nice shorts. Thank you. Careful. They're just shorts. I'm just showing off my shorts. Okay. No. Yeah, just making sure my fly's up. Yeah. No sausage sales today. Gen X failed at life. Things will get better again someday, or things will get better someday again. I don't know. I don't know if Gen X failed at life or not. I think Gen X has struggled, but you know, wash your ass, true, but also go to the gym. It's important. Are those sunflower? Yes, I already answered this. Yes, I'm addicted to them. And the Fed-based. What I was gonna say? Yeah, I think that like the difficult thing, and maybe this was my fault because in my mind I think I was making like a more general point than maybe I came across as making. My overall point was like, because obviously like when you really think about it, right? Like of course you could pay somebody enough to have a kid, right? It's not like all rules of like bargaining go out the window just when it comes to kids. There's no way. So like if you could pay someone like $30,000 to have a kid, or $1 million, let's say, let's make it crazy. You pay $1 million to have a kid. Of course, they're going to be more likely to have a kid. But the question is one of like efficacy, right? What's the actual effect size of the payments, and like how much bang for your buck do you get? Like for how much money do you pay, you get a corresponding increase in fertility. And as is evidenced by all of these countries that are continuing to drop in fertility rate despite having these policies, obviously this is not a lot of bang for your buck, even though I can't disprove that this might have some minor effect. And so that's kind of what I was trying to get at, which is like this isn't fixing anything. The amount of money it would take to actually have this be effective would be just prohibitive. And so I'm generally opposed to cash payments, obviously, not only for the libertarian aspect of theft, et cetera, but just in terms of the effect sizes you get, it's just very low. I mean, even the research that Aiko and Corey were linking, I mean, indicates we're talking about weak effect sizes. These are weak effect sizes for these payments. It's not a lot. I thought you were being very clear. Thank you. I try. I felt as though I wasn't. Sometimes I'll be making an argument and I feel as though I'm not being clear, and so I'll repeat it and I'll try to find the best way to phrase it. And sometimes I just wind up repeating it myself like over and over again. And I felt like that was sort of happening a little bit. And I could have made that point better for sure. The project prevention stuff, though, I thought was pretty straight up. That was more of an ethical question anyway, though. So, but I thought I was pretty straightforward on that. Pretty straight on. It's an interesting organization if you guys look into it. I think it's because you weren't being nuanced enough, maybe. But was I like? Again, we're talking about some kind of solution for a country. Is this a practical solution? I just don't see it as a practical solution, even though you're going to see some kind of effect size, I guess. Some very small effect size for a lot of money spent. But I mean, when you look at like the grand scheme of all like these fertility graphs, they're all so low and they just keep dropping. COVID was a big, okay, we got some COVID shit. Nobody's mentioning vaccine stuff, right? Because we can't do that here. When it's all said and done, birth rates will work themselves out. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think the birth rate has ever been this low before. I think we're entering a different kind of problem, one that we just simply have not had in the past. I have not done tricks on my cycle. I actually think one of the arguments I think for like the cultural aspect, which I know is immediately going to be kind of treated with skepticism because it's easy just to say it. But look at the fucking Mormons, dude. Like the Mormons are an interesting group. They are relatively wealthy, very healthy because they don't do drugs or alcohol or any of that shit. And they relatively live active lifestyles and they don't eat junk food. And their fertility rate is high. Like it's among the highest in America, I'm pretty sure. It might be the highest. And that's just because like that's the Mormon culture and that's the Mormon religion. It's just a breed basically. And I don't know, maybe the Mormons will save us. Maybe like as the Mormons will grow large enough that it'll just be like a big Mormon big Mormon country, Deseret 2.0. Just tell all the women you know to quit their jobs. That's not going to work. It's definitely not going to work. I do think that mothers should leave their jobs for a few years when they get pregnant or when they have a kid. And we didn't get into this with Ghosty, but like I think there's a lot of common sense reasons why. I mean, firstly, you know, and I didn't get a chance to bring this up, but like, well, like this going back, like men having more of like a role in the child care is going to affect this. Is it like, again, the fertility rates were highest back when men didn't do shit about like childcare, really. They were off working all the time. But, you know, even leaving that aside, like, I think there are some natural things that lead mothers to, it's more important for mothers to be at home. Primarily going back to the breastfeeding example that I brought up. I think that's important. And I talked about that, about how most people who don't believe in breastfeeding are just most people who don't believe they can breastfeed are wrong about that. And every health organization is in favor of breastfeeding. So, but then also, like, it would make sense that the person who's recovering from childbirth and breastfeeding, and thus is placed in a somewhat immobile position, and a somewhat and went through a relatively traumatic experience, for them to be the ones that don't have to go out and work immediately afterwards. I think that just like makes sense. Like, and that the bond. I mean, obviously a father-child bond is important as well, of course. But I think that there's something unique there about the mother-child bond. I think we will have to allow child labor, decrease high school educational length, decrease subsidization of women. Yeah, I mean, the problem is, I talked a lot about the problem. I don't actually know what the solution is. Well, I mean, like if we wanted to get tyrannical, we could have a solution tomorrow. But we don't want to get tyrannical, so we don't know what the solution is. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. But I don't think the solution is paying people to have kids. It just doesn't work. A little bit of nuance. It's not efficacious. It doesn't do shit. Oh, I'm so far. I'm in the wall, so I can feel it in my eyes. So I'm gonna let you all go. We're gonna raid on out into somebody. We will raid on out. We haven't raided out in Tiberius D in a long time. We're gonna raid on out. We're gonna raid on out into our friend Tiberius. He's always so nice to us. And then yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you guys for tuning in to today. For those of you who gave follows and bits and all that good stuff and subs, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.